Can we all get seated? Morning, everybody. Can we all get seated? We are running behind time. We need to start with our program. Good morning once more to everybody in the room. My name is Mutubatsi from Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport. I will be the program director for this roundtable today on freight and logistics. Without much ado, I'm going to request that we sing the national anthem. Can somebody lead us in the national anthem? organized for this session. We're going to play a 3-minute video for the Gauteng City region. Thank you very much. Today marks the day in which, as the provincial government, we have decided to bring together stakeholders from the freight and logistics sector, both from the provincial government side, national government, the Transnet, both in the road freight and the rail sector, because this sector is an important sector for our economy. It can actually make or break the economy. And the purpose of this session really is to begin to build and strengthen partnerships around the freight and logistics sector between government, representatives of workers, the industry, private sector in Gauteng province. I think we shall appreciate that Gauteng province constitutes 33% of the country's GDP, and therefore the freight and logistics sector find predominance within the province. Just as an example, the predominant movement of freight between Gauteng, Free State, and Durban Port constitute the bulk of our freight movement in South Africa, followed by other corridors. And this is important because within the economy, nothing can happen in terms of productivity and growth if this sector is not taken care of. So the partnership that we need to build and strengthen moving forward beyond this forum is really going to help all the partners to address issues of safety, issues of smart mobility, issues of security, issues of high unemployment, and overall the issue of sustaining the sector over a period of time. Can I invite the MEC of Roads and Transport, Honorable MEC Mamabolo, to come forward and open the session. Over to you, MEC.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Let me, before I say much, just say to the House that the Program Director, Mr. Motubatsi, is our Deputy Director General in the department. And he has just been recently appointed, hasn't even spent 6 months. And I would like to thank you for being the program director, and I can hear that already. DDG, you're well inducted into the freight and logistics space. But otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity to firstly greet and convey a word of welcome to our Honorable Premier, David Makura, who has joined us. I think we must greet the Premier with a very warm and thunderous applause to acknowledge our Premier. You can understand that this period is a very tough period in the political space. And the fact that our Premier is here with us this morning to be part of the roundtable is highly remarkable and commendable, and we must thank you, Honorable Premier. Premier is joined by the MEC, Honorable Parkstar, who is here, and we're also expecting MEC Fikile Machola. We hope he will be joining us as well. But otherwise, allow me to greet all of you. As you might be aware, we have already lost about 40 minutes. So I'm going to spare you time so that the program that we have, which actually has all the stakeholders that have been invited that are going to be making inputs, we can be able to cover up on the time. But otherwise, the DDG, the program director, has summed up what is the main objective here of this very important initiative that the provincial government has convened, which includes all of you as stakeholders. What we're really trying to do here today is to have conversations, is to have discussions and engagements and open up the debates about the challenges, the opportunities, the competitive edge of the freight and logistics sector. We want to look at the entire value chain that underpins the movement of particularly goods. As you know, our province is a main destination for the movement of freight, and it's also the source of origin for freight, and therefore that is why as a province we felt, given the challenges of COVID-19, its severe impact on the economy, given the difficulties that are faced by the freight sector, and most of them, you will hear them as the experts and professionals will be speaking here, we thought we should have a conversation as early as now, so that we can be able to reposition this sector, critical as it is, as the DDG said, to growing Gauteng together as our roadmap to 2030, and Premier will speak to that issue. But otherwise, Premier, I want to say to you, here are the guests and delegates that have been invited, key players in the industry, in the space, and we are deeply honored that they also took their time to be with us today so that we can share and have conversations about how to drive this critical sector of our economy, and particularly for us in the province. And I'm quite sure that we are going to have fruitful discussions that will remain memorable and that should be able to bring, finally, government and the entire freight and logistics industry much more closer. We need to be close to each other. We need to have conversations. We need to see how we can support each other in order to make our province and, of course, our country the best place for its people. And with that, I just want to say to you, ladies and gentlemen, we are looking forward to a sustained relationship between the provincial government and the freight and logistics, and of course the whole of transport industry, in order to drive and of course grow our province. So with that, it will be very remarkable if we can achieve one thing, and one thing amongst many that we can achieve, and that's to have conversations and to lay the basis and the foundation for a sustainable relationship. Most of you might be aware, it is not the first time that we are engaging with the sector as the provincial government, but today marks a consolidation and taking forward the seed that has been planted in the conversations that we have had. So with those words, I want to wish you well, and I hope everybody is comfortable. And we really would appreciate it if everybody could express themselves as much as they can, so that, because this is a round table, we should have, the appreciation of deeper, robust, and very good discussions, so that we can be able to build a sustainable foundation for a close partnership, working relationship, supporting each other, and every one of us has an opportunity in this round table to put a brick to build our country, to build the province, to build the economy. So all the inputs, see them as putting your own brick in the rebuilding and in growing our province, our country, and making it the best place. With those words, feel more welcome, feel comfortable, let the debate start, let the engagement start. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable MEC, for setting the scene and opening the session. We're going to have a number of speakers to talk over some critical topics that are relevant for this session on freight and logistics. Because of time constraints, we're going only to allow discussion probably towards the end of all the presentations. So if you have got questions or comments to make, please note them. We will only tackle those comments and questions after all the presentation has been made. Because as MEC has indicated, this is not an end in itself. This session is not an end in itself, but is a means to what we want to achieve in the sector, between government and private sector. Without a vision, we are apt to fail as government and the private sector. And to set that vision, it is important that we have an overarching, nationally driven strategy. Can I invite the speaker from the National Department of Transport to come forward to talk over the overview of the freight transport strategy of the country. You will introduce yourself because I've got a different name here. Pardon.
Gauteng team, there's no spraying. So that, yes, can I please have it, ABC? Thank you so much. Just to make sure that we comply. Thank you so much, colleagues. Igama lam nguMihlali wakwaGqada. I am from the Department of Transport. I work in freight logistics, specializing in logistics infrastructure. I'll be giving you the presentation today. My role and responsibility is very simple. I'm going to be giving an overarching view of freight logistics in the country. I will try as far as I can to make my presentation relatively short. We have the presentation right there. First and foremost, I want us to get an understanding and be on the same page as to what our understanding of freight logistics is. I know that transport, Gauteng, speaks to freight and logistics, while we in the department speaks to freight logistics. So freight, just so that we're on the same page, is cargo. It emanates from roses down up in George, to fruits and veg in Limpopo, to coal in Mpumalanga, and iron ore in Saldanha. So it's all the commodities that are moved within the South African context. Not only that, but we do have freight that moves cross-border. We do have freight that comes from international barriers through our trade facilities. Now, what is the responsibility of freight logistics? So logistics is then the overarching management of the logistics of moving commodities from origin to destination, and that's what we call the ODPES. Our direct responsibility within my directorate is to create an enabling environment to ensure that you, as a private sector, are able to move your commodities from the point of origin throughout the supply chain, whether it's warehousing, composition, decomposition to where the end user is. We then don't take the responsibility after that. I think my slides are automatically moving. I apologize. I'm not sure, maybe someone can help me from IT. I'm not sure, they just seem to be moving on their own. But nonetheless, let me continue with the presentation. How does the freight then move? So what we need to take into cognizance is that we've got different modes of transport. The different modes of transport we have in the country is road, is rail, that's the land surface transport. We've got maritime, which is in the seas. We then have aviation, which is the air. We've got pipelines. And to a smaller extent, we recently are having rural movement of freight. So we need to look at how is rural freight moved, particularly with the agricultural component, the agricultural department, looking at ensuring that those reach the economy, the first economy. We also move commodities through corridors. The corridors we have in the country is the N3 corridor, which is the most notorious, which moves commodities from the port down to Gauteng, and most of it is not actually destined for Gauteng. Gauteng is the consolidation unit of most of the commodities. Some go all the way to Cape Town, some go all the way to our cross-border movement. So it will be Botswana, it will be Mozambique, and some goes all the way to Zimbabwe. Now, we also need to take into cognizance that beyond the national corridors that we have, we've got very important SADC corridors that are also compelled to ensure that whatever movement we have within the region moves directly so. I want to pass this point that the geographic location of South Africa is like the tip of the continent. So we are at a disadvantage in terms of how commodities move from the rest of the world. But the advantage that we have is that we are surrounded by landlocked countries, which gives us an opportunity to be able to assist them in getting and moving their commodities. The major corridors that we have is the Trans-Kalahari corridor, the Maputo corridor, Dar es Salaam, Lobadi-Lusaka corridor, and the South African corridor. Some of you may know that if you live in Pretoria, like I do in the capital, we have the longest road, which is Church Street. So Church Street moves all the way from Botswana, and it goes all the way into Mozambique. So we do have the advantage of the country because we have incredible infrastructure, but also we have programs and projects like the National Development Plan, which looks into ensuring that the infrastructure is always maintained, sustained, and is always at the best. What is the role of Department of Transport? So we are the custodians of transport policy. Now, the unfortunate reality when it comes to that is that we're responsible for policy development, but to a large extent, we are not responsible for the implementation of the policies. Now, when it comes to freight logistics in particular, we see that as an institutional arrangement that is potentially fraught, because we then have the responsibility to make the policies, but you find that it is then implemented by Transnet via DPE. It is then implemented by our agencies, but also largely the provinces and the municipalities have got a larger responsibility and a role to play in the implementation of the policies that we have. That is why integrated planning is pivotal for any movement or any seamless movement of freight in the entire country. Now, ours, as I said before, is to ensure the effective operation and cost-effectiveness within the freight structure. You would know that the cost of doing business within freight at last check was at 14%. Now, that is a world high. Even in some third world countries, it is not as high as that. So we have a problem in South Africa where our cost of doing business in freight logistics is exorbitantly high, and we need to ensure that we decrease that effectively. The mission of the Department of Transport, number one, is to create an enabling environment for the users. So it's for the users, the agencies, the provinces, as well as the national department. Now, what the Constitution states quite categorically is that Department of Transport is a custodian of particularly maritime. But we then have concurrent functions between national government, provincial government, as well as local government in ensuring that whatever that is pivotal, whatever needs to be introduced, whatever needs to be implemented is done in cognizance, or in sync rather, and in integrated planning between the three spheres of government. Just a second. Yes. So the NFLS, which was adopted by Cabinet in 2005, also states quite categorically that we have an obligation as Department of Transport to layer down the law on what needs to be done. But that will never be able to be done in the absence of collaborative and unison undertaking by the different divisions within government. The National Freight Logistics Strategy. So National Freight Logistics is the inability to fulfill the demand of cargo movement, as I stated before. But what is important is that it needs to be at good prices, it needs to be at the good quality level services, and needs to be acceptable services that are reliable. And you will see that throughout the presentation, I'll be speaking about the land surface transport and how we effectively can work to ensure that rail and road in particular, as the major utilizers of cargo movement, are effective and efficient in the country. The freight system is fraught currently with inefficiencies, and the inefficiencies are at system and firm level. The infrastructure shortfalls and mismatches. So we do have infrastructure, but there is no perfect or idealistic management of the current infrastructure or utilization, and in some cases there's mismanagement. And this we look into particularly when we're looking at intermodal interfaces, that when you move your cargo from road to rail, we need those interfaces to be effective. When you move your cargo from maritime, which is the sea, to the rail or to road, there needs to be efficiencies in that system. So what we need to do as a freight sector is we need to not only look at the efficiencies and effectiveness of the modes, but we need to look at that intermodal connectivity between the nodes that we currently have within the transport sector. The objective of having a national undertaking when it comes to strategy is as follows. One, as I said, to decrease the cost of doing business is very important. Create an enabling environment for cargo to move throughout the modes of transport, the corridors, all the effective system and the nodes that we have in the country. And the nodes include things like dry ports and pipelines and all the different modes of transport that we have. To meet the demands of the industry and the economy, the economy, the growth of the economy or the lack of growth of the economy determines what type of systems we're going to utilize and what we need. So we need to be very well cognizant of that at all times. Optimize total cost effectiveness, which I stated, obviate cost distortions and optimize competition, reduce the negative externalities, and these are things like safety, pollution, congestion, and infrastructure damage. Promote national global industrial competitiveness. That's very important. I've spoken to the disadvantage of where we're located currently in the world, but the advantage that we can utilize our space to service our landlocked countries and neighbors, promote national and global industrial competitiveness, that's very important, attract international investment, quite critical, particularly when it comes to the development of the industries and the utilization of modern technologies that we utilize quite extensively within the industry. Actively build skills and capacity. There's a myth that goes around that South Africa doesn't have enough capacity. For example, when it comes to truck drivers, it is a myth. South Africa has got sufficient truck drivers in the country that are unemployed, that are destitute, that are looking to get these jobs. So there is capacity, there is skilling within the country. We just need to utilize and look at the labor laws to ensure that everything is working effectively for the South African market when it comes to freight logistics. Actively, optimize the use of resources, each of the land, facilities, and infrastructure. And here we need to look at things like the land development. We need to look at the integration that we have between the cities and between the ports. An example I can use is the Durban port. We have a crisis now in the Durban port where the port is growing exponentially, and the city now is no longer able to cater for the demands and the needs that are currently happening. So we need to ensure that there's integrated planning and spacing between everybody, virtually all the role players. Plan for sustainable funding and investment. This is quite important, and this is something that the National Development Plan speaks to quite fervently, that there needs to be an undertaking for infrastructure development, infrastructure maintenance, but also investment, not only or exclusively by government, but by the private sector and international donors in the instances where this is possible and this is viable. The next slide is looking at the institutional arrangement or the framework that we have. I stated earlier on that we have a fraught institutional arrangement. And I think this is just how we had designed or had an idealistic undertaking of how we're going to move transport in the country. As I said, Department of Transport is a policy custodian. We have 12 agencies, like AXA, SANRAL, SAMSA, all of them, SACA, and so on. I'm not going to name all of them. But within those agencies, we have an obligation to ensure, one, their functionality, two, how they effectively are able to implement the policy of the department. We then have another layer, which is the Department of Public Enterprise, wherein, for example, when we speak about Transnet or rail movement in particular, we then have an obligation to go through the DPE. So we need to look at, as a country, how we can effectively utilize the current structure, because no one at this point is talking about creating a new structure, but how we can effectively utilize all the existing structures so that there is coordinated effort to ensure the seamless movement of goods in the country, but also at a price effective and decreasing the cost of doing business, because that is our responsibility primarily as a Department of Transport. Now you've got the public sector. Within the private sector, within the private sector, you've got your associations, you've got some of your agencies, but you've got the role players. And our role players are, in fact, government's major responsibility, because our responsibility as government, as I keep saying, is to create an enabling environment for business to thrive so that the economy can thrive. So you've got those there. You've got the Department of Public Enterprise, and they've got responsibility over some of the Transnet, TRF, those that are responsible for rail in particular. You've got the Department of Transport, and under the Department of Transport, as stated, you've got all our agencies, but you've only heightened those that are responsible for freight movement. Then you've got provinces and municipalities, as well as district municipalities, because some of them are responsible for the provision of road infrastructure, for the management of, for instance, traffic policing and so on. So there needs to be a deliberate undertaking and integrated planning between the three spheres of government, as is stated in the Constitution, as I stated, that transport is a concurrent function between all spheres of government. And then you've got others like the Environmental Department, because we need to be cognizant of the emissions that is caused by transport in particular. We are truly not a sector that is doing well in that score, and we need to be cognizant and look at how we can improve that. Then we've got TITA as well as border movement. We've got CBRTA, but also SARS, the responsibility of SARS in ensuring that whatever commodities come into the country and commodities that leave the country are catered for, and that there is no tax evasion in that score. The strategic recommendations, I wanted to just speak to this to a small extent. So we had recommendations that emanated from the National Freight Logistics Strategy, and most of these have got to do particularly with the road. You would know that in 1988, when we had the RTQS, we completely obliterated any regulation on road. So road currently is the only mode that is not regulated and is under-regulated. So we have a responsibility to ensure that there is regulation within road so that it also caters, number one, for taxation, number two, for us to understand what moves on our road, because whether we like it or not, road moves most of the commodities that we currently see on our roads. So we need to be very cognizant of that. I spoke earlier on about trying to give an impetus on the relationship between road and rail. So we call road and rail the land surface transport. And this is just an analogy to give you the types of millions of tons that move on road and rail. And you can see our road is what is red and our rail is what is blue. Of course, we understand that we've got coal that goes all the way from Mpumalanga and it goes out of the port of Richards Bay. We've got iron ore in the largest port in Africa and the largest natural port in Southern Africa, which is Port of Saldanha. Those are effective and they move quite swiftly. But we need rail to take on the responsibility of moving some of the commodities inter-provincially. We need rail to have the capacity to have, the investments so that we now can be able to take some of the commodities from road, because the road network that we currently have was not built for the kind of commodities that we have. And we need to ensure equitable share between the different modes of transport that we have to ensure that every mode of transport is effective and utilized optimally, because we do have that capacity. But rail in particular needs to come to the party so that we can ensure that we can leverage on the current infrastructure in rail, on the current investments in rail, but also to unburden the road so that we don't have as much congestion as we have, but also we release and relieve the current infrastructure of some of the commodities that are unfairly now moving on road. And the reason why they're moving on road, as I said, because road is deregulated. There's currently no regulation on road. You can virtually move anything on our road network and nobody knows, nobody cares, nobody asks you anything because of the deregulation that happened with the R2QS in 1988. This is just a slide to appraise you. This is just a slide to appraise you on the current tons and commodities that the National Road Strategy wanted to move as a matter of urgency back to rail. We are also in the process of developing a migration plan between road and rail as the Department of Transport, and these are the commodities that we've looked to move. And the tonnage is as explicit as they are. Because there's no regulation, we can't force industry to move any of these commodities. So our major responsibility is to, and I want to say this nicely, to entice, to coerce, to have negotiations and discussions with industry on their appetite to move their cargo to road. The ideal situation, and I say this off-band, you can quote me if you want, the ideal situation is to have commodities that are strictly meant for rail. But in order for us to do that, rail needs to be at the capacity that we needed to be for us to do that. But in the current situation, we don't have that. So the only thing we have is to negotiate with private sector, with industry to say, if we can avail slots for you on rail, will you be willing to move your commodities? And we've had, industry is showing quite thirst and eagerness to move, but our biggest issue within the freight logistics strategy, within the supply chain, is the effectiveness, or in this case, lack thereof, of Transnet, of the rail, for them to be able to take these commodities. This is just, again, I'm not going to go through this slide. It's just an explanation of the land surface transport that I've spoken to, but you've got in the picture of what I'm trying to say. The cross-cutting issues that need to always be taken into cognizance is the regional coordination and cross-border logistics. To a large extent, and I saw in the program that we're going to have Satao also giving a presentation, we have a serious problem with our border management structure. So we have currently a BMA that has been instituted that is now going to start to function, but we have a serious problem or challenge. Number one, with the role of CBRTA, they are very clear. Theirs is to create an enabling environment for cross-border movement. They do that effectively and efficiently. But the issue is that we don't have laws. An example is a road, on road in particular. So we don't have policies that say when a truck from Dar es Salaam gets into the country, they can only move between the places that they were said to move. So you find that these trucks are able, because we don't have law that says they're not able, to do as they please when they're in the country. So if they're in the country for 10 for 10 days, for an example. They can literally go to the Eastern Cape, they can go to PE, because we don't have anything like, ironically, happens with South African trucks when we go to other countries. When a South African trucks go to Zimbabwe, they make sure that they go on the route that they were meant to go on. So they go into the N1, they get to Harare. If they're meant to turn in Harare, you can't find them in the other outskirts of Zimbabwe. Otherwise, they will be stopped, they will be on the side, and they will be charged. So we don't have same kind of policies for foreign trucks or foreign businesses when they're in the country. That's the first one. Secondly, we need to look at the issue of labor. This is not my area of expertise. I will just brush and scan through it. I'm sure there are people who are more skilled than me on this issue. But we need to be cognizant of the fact that we have labor laws that ensure that South Africans are employed at a certain level and in a certain part. But this happens in all our industries. And it's not only freight, unfortunately. This happens in all the industries, whether it's mining, whether it's domestic work, and whatever the case may be. So we need to, as a country, look into how we can effectively, one, because we've got the perfect laws, but we need to implement the laws. We need to ensure that SAPS does what they need to do when these laws are being broken in the country. Lack of road freight information statistics. This has been a major problem. Like I said, we don't know what moves in the country. We have developed a national freight database. We also then went into provinces. I know Gauteng has got their own. They've got it reviewed as well. We did it in all the other 9 provinces. But we are still lagging behind in terms of understanding what the actual statistics are. So we have CSIR giving us statistics, which sometimes are in contrast to what we as a department have, in contrast with what Transnet has, because we don't have a consolidation hub for information gathering. We don't have a law or legislation for information gathering so that we can understand what moves in the country. And that's why you find we'll have trucks in the country that people say have got guns coming from Northern Cape. That's why I have trucks in the country where people will say they've got 120 children stuffed into trucks, because there is nowhere where you have to tell us what's in your truck in the entire country. And that, in actual fact, is illegal and should not be the case, but we're working on it with gathering information and ensuring that our symmetries abound in terms of understanding what moves in the country. The promotion of BBBE, particularly in the road infrastructure, has always been a problem and a challenge, but also access in aviation, in maritime, in all the different modes of transport and the nodes of transport, because there's obviously potential for the movement of cargo, for new movement of cargo as industries are propelled to grow, as industries ensure or industries are growing in prominence. But also we need to be cognizant of the fact that with the promotion of BBBE, there needs to be skilling, there needs to be upskilling, there needs to be a clear undertaking that we know what we're doing, and that within the supply chain there are slots to make sure that everyone has got an opportunity, and that we don't have certain clubs that are for certain races, as we currently see is the case in some of the areas that we have in the country. The accident statistics are a problem. So RTMC is responsible for the collation of accident statistics, but you find that to a certain extent we don't know which ones are caused by our trucks in particular. So we need to ensure that we verify those so that we can know the cost to the economy, because a truck accident is nothing like a taxi accident. And I'm not saying this because I'm demeaning, taxis or individual cars, because I also drive an individual car. But the cost to the economy of a truck accident is far bigger. When there's a spillage, for example, when it comes to the sea, there's a far bigger problem and a far bigger outcry. When the rail network is not working, it means commodities are not moving from point A to point B. And we know that, transport is the engine that moves the country forward, whether it's in human form or freight form. Finding models, this we need to look into, especially for investment purposes. The intermodal interface, this is very important, it's very critical, because there is no one commodity that can move with one mode. In some cases, road, tends to try to do that. But we've got bigger commodities that move on rail, that move on road. We've got commodities that move from maritime, and then they go to rail, and then they go to road. We've got pipelines that move, all that moves on pipelines, but for them to get the pipeline, sometimes they move on road, and some eventually on rail. So that intermodal interface needs to be firmed up, needs to be clarified, as well as ensuring that whatever infrastructure needs to be developed, like we're currently doing in Durban, like we're currently doing in Cape Town, if we need dry ports, for an example, we need to ensure that that infrastructure is developed and that it's effective and efficient to ensure the seamless movement of cargo at a low cost than currently is the case. Incomplete legislation. The rail policy is on the way. I think we all know that. The road freight strategy integrated implementation plan is also being finalized. We are in the process of implementing that. And also we need modal strategies. As I spoke to you earlier, we have the road freight strategy. We're looking at having a rail strategy. We need to look at a pipeline strategy. We don't want to be reactive when the private sector builds more pipelines, when Transnet builds more pipelines, and then we want to have a policy. This should be, there should be the caveat upon which these people are able to then do what needs to be done. A truck stop, for example, it may seem very silly, a truck stop policy, because we now have truck stops springing up everywhere. We have Sandal having taken over the responsibility of telling truck stop owners and truck stop businesses when and how to build truck stops. But this is ineffective and efficient. We need to ensure at all costs that we as government take the primary lead to ensure that everything is done in a way that it's supposed to be done in. And then I spoke to the data bank and the information that is required there. The stakeholders that we've been consulting, it is everybody. I don't think, some of you might have the unfortunate reality of not knowing my face, but we have been everywhere. We consult everybody. We do municipalities, provinces, we do businesses, we do RAF, we do the new organizations. We consult extensively to ensure that everyone understands our plight, to understand what people require from government, because for us to create an enabling environment, we need to know what business and what the private sector wants. So we have, and I'm not going to go through the list, but we have done it, whether it's Consumer Council, it's Bargaining Council, we are there. We are speaking to every single person to ensure that whatever policies that we are, actively looking to, 1, develop, 2, implement, 3, ensure that we evaluate and monitor throughout, it is done by industry. Because as I stated earlier on, unfortunately, our institutional structure is such that we as a Department of Transport are only in charge of policy. So we then need to monitor and evaluate throughout the implementation process, because that unfortunately does not happen with us, and it's in the realm of the private sector. There's things like Treasury, which we're constantly in communication with, other departments, and also now with Department of Agriculture, also developing a freight strategy. We need consolidation. We are, as I said, at NEDLEC, we are discussing economic development of the country. So we are trying as far as we can to ensure that we reach a bigger audience so that you understand what the department is doing. But also, if there's something we're lagging in, it then becomes a responsibility of our stakeholders to say, okay, we've seen you do this, but can you now take into cognizance this, either because of changes in the economy, changes in the world, or expectations that, our stakeholders have of what we need to do as a department. The progress that we have, as I said, the NFLS was approved by Cabinet. The road freight strategy was approved by Cabinet. We're in the process of developing a migration plan. We've reviewed the National Freight Logistics Strategy. The rail policy is almost finished. We're dealing with port regulation as well. I've seen the port regulator guys also having a meeting right here as well. So, some of the things are in the process, others are in the process of implementation, and we're doing monitoring and evaluation to ensure that this happens quite effectively. And just on time, that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the presentation on the strategy, the freight strategy for South Africa. It is important, and what is striking about the presentation is that there is a deliberate decision to move from road to rail freight. And I think it's going to be a mammoth task for the country that has been losing the market share, the rail market share over a period of time, since 1988, over the years. Currently, we know that it's only less than 10%. That is less than 10% of rail freight that goes into rail freight in South Africa through the Transnet infrastructure. So it's going to be a very mammoth task for us to migrate from road to rail. And I think it is also striking because as a province, we are the most affected in this scenario. Because we are a destiny, the originator of most of the freight movements across RSA. I don't see the Deputy Minister, Majola. The DTIC is supposed to give us a presentation on the industrial strategy. But for now, I think I'm going to defer it until the Deputy Minister arrives, and without much ado, invite our Honorable Premier Makura, to come forward and give us the keynote address or remarks. Over to you, Honorable Premier.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen from the freight and logistics sector. Let me start by acknowledging the MEC for Transport and Roads in our province, MEC Mamabulo. Also acknowledge the MEC for Economic Development, who has an added responsibility for agriculture and environment in our province, MEC Pakstau. I was advised that Deputy Minister Fikile Majola is not feeling well today. He was part of our planning for this important roundtable. He will not be able to make it as a result, but we will get a very detailed overview from the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. We have been working with that team. The former DG, Lionel October, will give us a presentation that helps us to map, and for the sector that's here to understand where we are going with unlocking the blockages of the movement of goods from the different parts. Firstly, originated, most of the freight that originates from here. I'm going to go a bit into that, as well as moving goods into our economic hub, out of our economic hub and into our economic hub. I want to acknowledge the leadership of the Department of Transport. We have received the presentation from the department. The acting DG of Transport was going to be with us, but we received a very detailed presentation just now. I also want to acknowledge the team from Transnet, the South African Association of Freight Forwarders, the Rail Runner South Africa team. The unions had been part of the preparations for this. I was advised that the unions are not able to be here today. The University of Johannesburg, the African Rail Industry Association. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure for us to host you today. There's been lots of discussion at the level of officials, of government and the leadership of the sector. And today's roundtable is really firmly putting these issues on the table. Our MEC for Roads and Transport in this province has been engaging with the sector on those key issues of concern to this sector. Some of them have already been outlined in the presentation we have just received, from cost to security issues, to blockages on one of our busiest rail corridor, the Gauteng Durban rail corridor, and also how we unlock the movement of goods, not just coming into the Gauteng economy, into our ports. Our ports the South African ports are situated in the southern part of our province. That's KwaZulu-Natal, the two ports in KwaZulu-Natal, and the Eastern Cape. But we are the hub, not just the hub, but the heart of sub-Saharan Africa's economy, from the freight, transport, and logistics point of view. In the eastern, if you're facing east, right up to Maputo, this corridor, the Johannesburg Maputo corridor, into the west, right up to the Walvis Bay, so the Gauteng Walvis Bay corridor, and up north into the mainstreams of the SADC economy. So we are the hub. So if there is a logjam here, the whole of sub-Saharan Africa feels this, if not the SADC economy. So the gridlocks in this economic hub and the heartland, industrial heartland of sub-Saharan Africa, because we are we're not just the economic hub, but we are the industrial heartland. All the manufacturers and the agricultural products that go anywhere into the continent, that come into our country, they have a relationship with coming to Gauteng, even if they are going up north or they are going to the east or they are going to the west. So we play a very, very critical role, and the organization and the partnership between government, firstly the Gauteng government, and if you talk about the sector as a whole as being the transport and logistics sector, but the freight side of it is very critical. So freight and logistics is the lifeblood of any economy, especially a manufacturing and agro-processing economy. So agricultural products that get made in the north of our province in Limpopo have to come here in a very key way for agro-processing and packaging, and they are for foreign destinations, whether in the continent or elsewhere in the world. The manufacturers that are here, from the automotive industry manufacturing to light industrials, and then the big agro-processing parts, including for the SADC economy. All that stuff has some way or other. The trucks that get the agricultural products from the Eastern Cape or Limpopo coming here, as I say, for agro-processing and packaging, and then they get to live to different parts of the SADC region, and many of them also to different parts of our continent come here. For aviation, as we know, we are already an aviation hub. So for that, even air cargo, it's quite critical. So the gridlocks and the hurt and the damage to our economy. When you have a problem on the Durban, just the Gauteng-Durban corridor, the hurt to South Africa's economy is severe. We just felt it during the unrest, the recent unrest. So when the Gauteng-Durban corridor does not move, we feel that. And then there's the Richards Bay, there's the Gauteng-Richards Bay for a lot of our minerals. So for that reason, it is important for you to understand what is our overall vision as the Gauteng Provincial Government. This roundtable certainly is about this sector, but what is our overall vision? It is absolutely important for you to understand that overall vision. So the overall vision of the Gauteng Provincial Government, that's anchored into what we call the Gauteng City Region, which means it's not just the provincial government, but it is aligned in line with both the national government as well as our cities. The cities, when we're talking about the production hubs, basically our cities are production hubs as an economic hub. So we have a single vision of what we call a smart integrated, seamlessly integrated, highly competitive global city region. To unlock that, every sector of the economy and every corridor of our province has to be understood for what it is. In the northern part of Gauteng, which is what we call the northern corridor, that's the city of Tshwane. That is a production hub for a lot of goods and services that leave this province and that arrive into our province, leave this province for various destinations. So we call that Tshwane, we call that the northern corridor. Having graduated just from being an administrative hub of our country 50 years ago, Tshwane has graduated into a very key site for manufacturing of the automotive industry in our country. So that's from a point of view of freight and logistics and manufacturing. That's where we are doing everything every day. Many of you know, we used to have no cars. 30 years ago, there were no cars manufactured in Gauteng. And those of you who are old enough, and I see a lot of you are old enough, you know what Gauteng looked like 30 years ago. There are few young people here, very few young people. 30 years ago, there were no cars manufactured in Gauteng. All the cars were made in the Eastern Cape, in a place. DG comes from there. What is that place, DG? Utenake. We will continue to call Lionel October DG because he's called DG Emeritus. It's called DG Emeritus, and he's the special advisor of the Department of Trade and Industry, working with us as the Gauteng Provincial Government on special economic zones. So all the cars were manufactured in the Eastern Cape, and then in East London. So Utenhage was the key site, and then East London, and then we know Toyota Durban. They were manufactured there, brought here into Gauteng. But now we know that up to slightly over 43% of all vehicles manufactured in South Africa are now manufactured in Gauteng. We are increasing that with the Tshwane Special Economic Zone. We are increasing the number of, we will definitely, in our view, by the end of this decade, get to 50% of vehicles, all manufactured, vehicles manufactured in South Africa, manufactured. How do you get these vehicles to our ports? Big problem is that most of them are on the roads. What do they do to the roads? They damage our roads. And when you just have one small gridlock on our roads, the economy is choking. So which means part of our deliberate strategy must be to move most of those. So we're focusing, so Mr. Lionel October is going to talk about the new corridor, the freight rail corridor. That is the Gauteng Eastern Cape corridor. That's the work we are doing with transport, we are doing with Transnet to build that new rail corridor. That rail corridor will be critical because we also know, and we talk here as Gauteng people, anyone from KwaZulu-Natal here? Please just raise your hand so that I know if there are KwaZulu-Natal people, I must be careful. Okay, there are some KwaZulu-Natal people here. We know that the port, the efficiency of the Durban port is a problem. For the movement of goods from here and getting the goods out, but also for the goods that arrive there and getting them to the Gauteng economic hub. There's a big problem there. So there's the gridlock just at our ports. The efficiency of our port, competitiveness of ports is a very critical determiner of the economic competitiveness of every country. How long the goods stay at your ports as they arrive and as they leave. How long they get processed at your ports. First, the ports as of our seaports, as well as the ports of entry like our borders. If you go into Mozambique, or if you're going into Zimbabwe, right into Zambia, the efficiency of those ports, and if you are taking your stuff on the western side through Botswana right up to Walvis Bay, the efficiency of those border ports and those border posts are critical to our economy. The choking of our economy also happened there. So one of the important things, therefore, is, and I'm giving you an example of just one sector and just one manufacturer, the auto sector. For us to be able to achieve our goal on getting the northern part of our province, and Gauteng being the hub of manufacturing of automotive, automobiles in our country, as we're almost there, we've got to unlock the problems of freight and logistics. But there are also other interventions we're making elsewhere. So in addition to what we're doing in Tshwane, we are revitalizing agro-processing capacity. So we are already the eastern part of Gauteng, Ekurhuleni, the West Rand, are already big agro-processing hubs for the fresh produce, including for the fruits and vegetables destined for different destinations in sub-Saharan Africa, some of them even for overseas markets. But we've got to unlock also the transportation of those to our ports. So to do that, you need a logistics hubs that function properly, that are efficient, but also these logistics corridors must be safe, as we have often received complaints from the sector, freight and logistics sector, especially for the Durban, the Gauteng corridor, and sometimes also for the eastern parts on some of our highways, the highway between Tshwane, the Pretoria, Bronkhorstspruit, and Witbank, the Gauteng, Piet Retief, right up to Richards Bay corridor, and the Gauteng Durban corridor. Many complaints about the safety on the roads, the trucks being attacked, and those being stopped. Just regular stoppages on the way. So it is absolutely important that in this discussion today, we understand that Gauteng as a manufacturing hub, and I want to add agro-processing hub, for all of South Africa's over 60% of freight either originates in Gauteng or is destined for Gauteng from whichever part of the country. So it's the Gauteng economy chokes when we don't have efficient freight and logistics in the country. And we add in that we're doing work with AXA, again, another agency of the Department of Transport. We're doing work with AXA, largely on the aviation, air cargo, at OR Tambo. We're doing that because there's also stuff that increasingly becoming cheaper to transport that through air cargo. The expansion of OR Tambo and the construction of that cargo terminal is critical for the Gauteng economy. And I'm talking here just about the Gauteng economy, but it makes, if you connect it to which part of the country is what freight coming into our economy here, and is destined, that is destined for where, what kind of further processing and packaging has to happen in the Gauteng economy for additional value addition. So we benefit quite a lot in getting this. So these conversations today with the sector is quite important. It's also important for you to understand that, so if we're talking about the Northern Corridor, Ekurhuleni, so the Northern Corridor is the future of automotive sector in Gauteng lies in the Northern Corridor. But Ekurhuleni remains the industrial hub of our country. But indeed, the transport sector and logistics network of our province is locked up in Ekurhuleni. So what is the big issue over the next few years? Tambo Springs. Many of you have been part of discussions on Tambo Springs. That Tambo Springs logistics hub is critical for us, because we know that there are limits about how much our current capacity to carry and also store for storage, for on transit, some of the goods that are arriving in our own province, destined for different places. We have to expand the logistics hub in Gauteng province. Some of the logistics hubs, we're working with business people in the Vaal, because the Vaal is also a very critically located area. You have the N3 on the eastern part of the Vaal, and then you have the N1 on the western part of the Vaal. The Vaal itself is in between major national roads. So for purposes of goods, the transport of goods and services, we are working in our special economic zone, the new special economic zone. We are working with the DTIC, building in the Vaal. Freight and logistics is going to be a very critical part of that. Connecting the north, as I say, is the north of Gauteng is Tshwane. Whatever gets manufactured in Tshwane, whatever gets manufactured in Ekurhuleni, whatever gets manufactured in Johannesburg and processed in the West Rand, the East Rand, and even parts of Tshwane, whatever agricultural products get processed there, we need to get them out of this economy to other destinations, especially for exports. Manufacturing for exports and agro-processing for exports is what brings the dollar into our economy, which is what we need, but also what creates more jobs into our economy. So those logistics hubs and unlocking the current blockages about the transportation and storage of goods in our economy is what you are going to hear a lot. So the relationship between manufacturing, our industrial strategy, and our freight and logistics strategy is extremely important. And the role of local governments, I include us as part of local governments, there's national governments, so the province and municipalities as subnational governments, our role is very clear. We're very clear what we're trying to do. What sectors of the Gauteng economy are we promoting in the north? What sectors are we promoting in the east, here in Ekurhuleni? And what sectors are we promoting in the center, which is Johannesburg? And in the west, which is the West Rand, and in the south, which is Sidibeng. That sense of geographic comparative advantage of each sector, which sectors are already located in which area of Gauteng, how do we revitalize manufacturing in the Vaal, the steel industry is critical, and that's part of our strategy. We just had a very good investment conference in the Vaal in October with business, out of which 45 billion rands of commitments to investing in the Vaal were made by businesses, and government is catalyzing that through infrastructure, bulk infrastructure, a rollout in the Vaal. So all those key issues are going to be anchored. So when we say transport and the logistics sector is the lifeblood of our economy. We can manufacture stuff. We can do a lot of agro-processing. If we can't get that competitively, fast, efficiently, at cost, to destinations, other markets, especially international markets, get them out of our economic hub. If we can't get them where they are, the consumption happens, where they fetch the greatest price, to ensure that we keep our economy on course, it's just waste. So the lifeblood, this sector is the lifeblood of our economy. And the partnership between the government and the private sector is critical. And I want to conclude by inviting you. MEC Mambabulo tells me there's a forum of the freight and logistics sector with the government and officials. But I want to invite you to what we call the Gauteng Economic War Room. And it's really, we choose the war room carefully. This thing needs a war room. So in the Gauteng Economic War Room, we have every sector of the economy in Gauteng. And let me just share with you what our priority sectors. I've already said to you. The automotive industry is a critical sector for Gauteng's future growth. And that's why we are building that special economic zone, the automotive special economic zone in Tshwane. So the automotive sector, rail manufacturing. Nigel is our rail manufacturing hub. You know, currently we have Jamestown and Nigel just in Ekurhuleni in the east end of our province. We've got Gibela is operating there, Alstom, Ubunya operating there. We also have TH, the Russian rail manufacturing company. These are new big investments to revitalize rail. So defense and aerospace sector and aviation is also very critical. And where are they located? Around OR Tambo and Kempton Park and Centurion. That is the belt around defense, aerospace and aviation sector. We also have other critical sectors that inform finance. We know finance is located in Sandton. The financial sector is in the CBD of Joburg or Sandton in our province. We have energy, a key drive of the energy sector, including renewable energy and energy technologies that are key sectors in our province. We have the digital economy almost spread across different areas, but the digital sector is largely located in Johannesburg, what we call our central corridor. We have tourism and hospitality, the footprints of a different type of tourism. We are not competing on the sea or on the mountain, on Table Mountain. We are a business tourism hub. People come travel into the Gauteng economy first and foremost to do business. We want to leverage that business tourism as a key sector of our economy, tourism and hospitality. People come here for a business conference or a business to come and do a business transaction because we are a business hub of Southern Africa. People come here, we want them to stay for a few more days. So focusing on that sector is key. The cultural and creative industries, that's a critical sector, biotechnologies, pharmaceuticals, and we have added a new sector called the cannabis industry, which is principally about medicinal cannabis processing, agro-processing of cannabis packaging, again for exports, for foreign destinations, which is key. So I just want to invite all of you to this, what we call the war room. It's chaired by MEC Pakstau. So in that war room, we sit there with all key industry leaders, and we want you there. So we want this sector to be part of our role. You find finance executives, they sit in there. All the sectors I was referring to, the auto guys, the ICT guys, the key ICT companies, we sit down with them, we set up teams of government officials and industry executives. Because we don't want to come here and complain, and after this we will meet one day again in another round table or another conference. When we finish this discussion today, who are the people who will sit every day? So ask Emisita will tell you when he speaks later to close the sessions. We have been able to resolve many problems through the economic war room. It sits every day between government executives and industry executives. Not once in 5 months or in 6 months. They sit every day and say, what are the problems in this industry? Skills. How are we going to sort out the skills issue for this sector? Is there a skills pipeline, infrastructure issues, safety and security issues in that sector? Where is the sectors located? How are we working? The utilities. How is the sector working with municipalities on supply of water, electricity, and the key issues of maintenance of roads? So that's what we do in the war room. It's a place, we call them action labs between industry and government executives. And it is there where problems are solved every day. So that's why I'm saying to you, MEC Mamabulo, so one of the the war room teams for this sector will be one that we're going to invite you and this team. The key representatives of industry must know. We are sitting with government in Gauteng to deal with every issue. Security issues in the eastern part, or security issues on the Durban-Gauteng corridor. We are sitting with them there every day to address that. Or there may be other issues with this industry is experiencing. So that's our approach to problem solving. We have dealt with issues of investment, unlocked 1 billion rands in the shortest space of time by Ford, a motor company, to bring that investment into Tshwane, because we sit down every day between government executives and industry leaders to solve these problems. Because if we don't do that, we are going to have these intermittent meetings where we just come together to complain, we don't solve problems. A year later, we are still standing where we are. The rest of the world is moving. The rest of Africa is moving. We mustn't think that Africa is waiting for us. There are many areas in our continent where they are shaping up. They are solving their logistics problems. They are making their ports more competitive. They are sorting out a lot of issues, including red tape issues, where things just don't happen. Government doesn't make decisions. Things take forever. We will lose global competitiveness if we don't do that. So how do we sort out all those issues? We invite you to not sit with us once in a while. We invite you to send your representatives. Sit in the war room, chaired by MEC Tau. They sit once a week. He convenes every sector to review. Are we making progress on the problems we have identified? Or the targets, or the vision. We are positioning ourselves not just for today. In this next decade, where will Gauteng be? Western Cape and KZN are also working very hard to position themselves to be the best investment destinations. They want to displace us as the economic hub. Are we going to allow them? No. But we won't get anywhere if we don't set up institutions that help the private sector and government to really solve problems together. And I would like, MEC Mamabula, I want certainty between you and MEC Pakstau, that working with our national government colleagues, the Department of Transport, the DTIC, and the agencies, those agencies, AXA with regard to air cargo, Transnet with the bulk of our goods and services really rely a lot on Transnet. And working with those agencies, with the help of our national government colleagues who are here, we've got to unlock the potential of this economy. As I say, the world is not waiting for us, and Africa is not waiting for us. So Gauteng has the big advantage of driving these developments. But we can't do that if we don't work with business, and not once, but every day, to solve these problems. I'm very confident we will solve these problems of the logistics sector in Gauteng. And then we will move to the next set of problems, just transport in general. The Gautrain team is here. And our National Department of Transport is here. What about passenger rail? We will get to sort out those, but we must move goods with the greatest speed if we want to compete with the rest of the world. Our manufacturing cutting-edge capacity is returning, but we need to sort out the movement of goods. So thank you so much. I am going to sit down now and listen to you. I'm going nowhere until you finish, to be able to be sure that we are going to solve the problems. And I have two MECs here whose function is just to make business happy. We want to keep you here. KZN, we want you to locate lots of your logistics stuff here into Gauteng. We want you to bring a lot of, so what you do in there, we want you to also bring some of your warehouses to locate them here, because it is more jobs for us. We will do everything and anything to bring you here. Just tell us what we must do. And those who are already here, we will do anything and everything to keep you here. Just tell us what we must do and have organized representatives who will sit in this war room. It is war. We must win it. Economic battles, this is an economic battle. We must win it. If we don't, we are doomed. Jobs are gone, incomes are gone, businesses go down, and we can't allow any disruption of this sector by criminal networks. We can't allow them, including those criminal networks that may be working with the police. I am told that the sector is also complaining that some of the things that they are unhappy with is there, but we will solve those problems. That's what my presence here today is about. So we want to hear how you are going to work with us to solve the problems. On behalf of national government, I have welcomed you to your own province. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Premier, for the eloquent and visionary articulation of the sector within the context of the city region and how it relates and is interdependent with the rest of the economy and the various stakeholders. I think you have already, in a way, dealt with the bigger issue of how this partnership is going to be rolled out in real action. It's not theory, it's in real action through the Gauteng Economic War Room, wherein other sectors of the economy are also represented at that level. So definitely this is going to happen, and the Department of Roads and Transport will actually lead in terms of bringing those stakeholders in that specific forum. Very important. It's not just a forum, but it's actually a war room where every sector is represented. Thank you very much for that visionary articulation of what needs to happen. We are running behind time. I'm going to ask the speakers that are going to come to the fore to really just be cognizant of the time, so that at least by 13:30 we close the session. Now we have the head of business improvement from Transnet, Ms. Thembile Kganyane. If she's here, can you show up and come forward and really hit it on the nail? What really is going to be the future of Gauteng, of rail in Gauteng? Over to you.
Thank you, Program Director, and good morning to the Premier and to MEC Mamabulo, and also thank you very much for inviting us also once again to participate in these discussions. My name is Thembile Kganyane, as it's been stated. I'm representing Mr. Ruzani Ligege, who is the Managing Executive for the Central Corridor and the Container Corridor, what you know previously as the NATCO Corridor. And I'm really here to at least try and bridge the gap between what I've heard the last two speakers emphasizing in terms of the importance of rail in facilitating connectivity and the movement of cargo within the Gauteng province, as well as between the different provinces that needs to traverse the province. So I saw also in the concept note that the focus of the discussion is on the future of rail. So my presentation, however, is going to focus on the now and the foundation that we need to build to get to that future. Because if we look at the number of projects that are currently underway in terms of where we want to go, in terms of the freight ring, you've heard of the freight ring before, it's more of a medium-term, long-term discussion. But from what I heard this morning, there's an urgent need to intervene and to migrate traffic from road to rail. So therefore, I think we need to start the foundation from where are we now and what are the interventions that are required now, and then talk a little bit more about the stuff you know about the future hub initiatives that are being developed. So with me here, I've also got my colleague, Mr. Francois Meyer, who is part of the long-term planning office at Transnet Group. So where there is detail that is required regarding the long-term projects around the Gauteng ring and the terminals, he is here also to answer your questions if you've got any. Okay, I will start with just a quick glance for those who don't really know about Transnet. We have 6 operating divisions, freight rail being the biggest one in terms of the volumes that it handles and the revenue that it generates. And then we've got port terminals, we've got the National Ports Authority, we've got Transnet Property, Transnet Engineering, and then also the pipelines as well. So we operate the supply chains basically between all of these operating divisions in an integrated fashion across the geography of South Africa. In terms of our mandate, I think while we also try to respond to the call to migrate from road to rail, there are a couple of things that we need to balance to make sure that we satisfy all the stakeholders that rely on rail. Obviously, for us as Transnet, we need to ensure that we have commercial growth and we are financially sustainable. That remains our number one objective so that we can continue to invest in rail and provide the backbone that the country requires. We also know that we have the obligation to help to reduce the cost of logistics by migrating the traffic from road to rail. We also have identified also that we will need to partner with the private sector in areas where we are not necessarily strong to provide those integration points. And we've started quite a lot of engagements and projects basically within that space to move towards that. And then we also have a regional integration mandate to ensure that we enable traffic from South Africa to the SADC region. And then while we're doing all of that, to ensure that we optimize social and the economic impact of all the social economic impact and balance all the requirements of all the stakeholders. So some of our stakeholders, we move cargo for not necessarily for profit, but for developmental purposes as well. I think one of the key things that will come up, because what is most topical at the moment is the access, the third-party access to rail discussion. We have to also consider the cross-subsidization of unprofitable cargo that has to traverse over our railway for the purpose of development. So we've got certain parts of the railway where the costs are very minimal, and we're moving cargo in a sort of block load trains and things like that. And in those regions, the costs are not necessarily high and we are more efficient. But then we've also got branch lines and smaller routes where and like the Gauteng hub, where the cargo or the load size is not so big, but the activity is high, and therefore the cost is high. So we need to look at when we provide transportation for everybody, how do we then cross-subsidize the cost to ensure that everybody benefits from the investment so that we make as a system. So when we talk of third party later on, access, we also need to consider the role of the investors and the role and how we are going to deal with this issue of cross-subsidization. And then from where we sit, we understand that the discussion today is about optimizing and growing. But as Transnet, we would like to first focus on the first block there, which is about fixing. We have aging infrastructure. We also have a huge problem with theft, vandalism, community unrest, those kind of things where we are sabotaged really by the community sometimes about issues that have got nothing to do with Transnet, and they stop the trains and things like that. So when we discuss today, we also need to consider some issues around spatial planning and around how we work closer with the communities to make sure that they understand the role of rail. And if we're planning for the future, how do we then deal with where we position these communities along the rail? Those who are there, what do we actually do? What are the strategies that are required to curb the issues that we're currently having to deal with? What else? I think one of the biggest problems also that we are also challenged with, it's on the locomotives as well. We have a aging fleet. I think all of you are quite au fait with the 1064 issues because they've been publicized in the papers. So we are also having to deal with issues of old rolling stock that is not reliable, on top of the issues that we have with theft and vandalism. I think the speaker from the DOT, I think the name was Mhlali. Yes. You mentioned that there are commodities that need to be migrated to rail as soon as possible. I was just thinking, how does that then work with our current strategy, which is really anchored on these commodities that you see on the screen, which are our profitable flows. And like I said in the beginning, it's a balancing act. We have to balance the issue of financial sustainability, and because we need the finance to invest in the railway for the future. So we still need to carry that mandate and make sure that our employees remain employed, etc., with the need to assist and to migrate some of the commodities that may not necessarily be as profitable. So I've taken heed of the presentation that you made and the commodities that you've suggested, and it's just a question of how do we then integrate that with our current strategy around these commodities, because this is the backbone also of our income statement as well. I'm not going to go through this really, it's just an overview of us, but I think key here is the, I don't know if I can point, bottom right text there. The last time we saw good volumes in terms of our mandate was around 2014-15, where we moved 226 million tons of cargo, and then lately, maybe 2019-20 financial year, which was about 2 years ago, we saw 212. Last year, we finished off at 184, and mainly that was due to the pandemic and the lockdown that we had to deal with. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the lockdown and what it has done to our operation. That slide basically just gives you an overview of how we've dissected our corridors so that we can enable end-to-end supply chain movement for those segments that I showed you earlier. The network is currently dissected into six main corridors, and then in the middle, in the reddish color, and then the grayish color is the route that is the operation that we mainly are talking about if we're talking about the Gauteng province rail system. The bottom part, the gray part, basically connects Gauteng to Durban, and then we facilitate the movement of cargo then between those 2 points. So I want to talk about, okay, my laptop, I'm going to have to move because my laptop is stuck here. Okay. Just this slide basically just gives you an indication of when we talk of the central hub, which is that red part that I showed you, it's where most of the cargo in Gauteng moves. It moves in and I'll use that. It's a bit far, can't see. So the cargo here, we don't originate a lot of cargo from the Gauteng area in terms of our budget. It's only about 3 million tons that we move from the area. The role that the corridor plays, the central corridor plays, is one of enablement. So there's about 24 million tons of cargo that traverse between ourselves and other provinces through this connection. If there's congestion basically in this space, there's cargo that must go to all those areas that are highlighted with the arrows. The chrome from the Rustenburg area to Richards Bay, the containers from the Gauteng area to Durban. There's cargo that needs to go cross-border via Beitbridge and to Botswana. It all passes here. So that node, even though it doesn't originate a lot of traffic, it enables a lot of the Transnet flows where we make money. So in terms of the segments that I've shared, I think over 50 or 60% of those actually need to use this connectivity, this connection point, which is the central corridor. Which is mainly located here in Gauteng, and parts of the grey route that I showed earlier. This is just to highlight exactly what I've said in terms of the cargo and what moves there, and the volumes that we currently have in our budget. I think this slide is very important. I was looking on the list of stakeholders that was shared in the concept note, and I noted that I don't see PRASA listed there. However, the picture here shows you basically the makeup of the network. We've got parts of the network that are owned by PRASA, and parts of the network that are owned by ourselves. So if you look at the key hubs, City Deep, Cascon, the Predcon area, the Pretoria area, which is where the containers end or start and end to go to Durban, and the Predcon area as well. Some of it then connects to via there to Belabela in terms of the fruits and the agriculture cargo that we move. So all of those things have to go past the green route, which is mainly PRASA owned and not necessarily Transnet owned. The state of that network is, I think the word is really dysfunctional, and it was due to vandalism, theft, mainly during the lockdown period. So it started during the lockdown period, and we have not really recovered much since then, despite all the interventions that we've had. I think the issue is the ability of PRASA at the moment to rehabilitate that network. And due to that network, a lot of our inefficiencies are coming from there. We're having to reroute a lot of our cargo in terms of distance, more than 150 kilometers of distance, which adds in terms of the turnaround time of the goods and the efficiencies. So for us, theft, vandalism, followed by the fact that we rely a lot within the Gauteng region on the PRASA network, I think it's a matter of that we need to really pay attention to and address, and probably have BRASA as a key stakeholder and see how we assist there, because we really, really rely on them. Not going to dwell too much on this. It's the freight ring, and I think in the concept note document, the projects that we are doing around here have been elaborated quite a lot. If there are questions that you have, as I said, we've got Mr. Francois Meyer, who will take you through the status of where we are on these projects. I think here, again, from our long-term planning office, just to give you an update of the development, the rail development around the ring, the freight ring. So what I said earlier regarding the PRASA network and where most of our cargo runs, the idea is that we are going to move the cargo outside of those congested areas because we also have to deal with encroachment of communities there. So in the future, medium to long term, the plan is to have these terminals and hubs around the ring that you see and have cargo moving outside and having those terminals basically being connectivity points between us and the different provinces so that we don't have to deal mainly with the PRASA network as well as deal with the high urbanization that has happened within the hinterland. Maybe road can play a more stronger role to move the cargo within the ring. I think the last time we spoke, I think we also emphasized the fact that there's municipal sidings and infrastructure that is lying dormant that also needs to be considered to connect with the road transport as well within and inside the ring. We need to advance with those interventions there as well. Don't know what happened. Okay. That's just a reminder in terms of the terminals and hubs that are being worked on between ourselves as Transnet and the different partners. We still remain committed to working with the private sector to develop these, and these would be the terminals that then support the freight ring. This was just a summary of all the things that are basically mentioned. In terms of the cost of doing business, the theft and the vandalism as well, I think it's been very well publicized in terms of what we spent on security. Last year we spent about 1.6, 1.7 billion. It's not changing because the statistics in terms of the incidents are not really going down despite the efforts that we are making. In this slide, if they share the presentation, it's just an illustration of how the routes had to change because of the issues that we are experiencing in the central ring. So the brownish routes are basically the current routes that we are using for the auto, for example. I wish I could point and stand here. Okay, so these brown routes here are not the ideal routes, but they're the routes that we are currently using. If you've got auto, the ideal routes that we should be using to go to the likes of Galfontein from Durban is around here going that way. You arrive there quicker, but because of the issues that we're currently having, our trains have to go around this way, and to get here to the Roslyn area, they could have just come down this way and up this way. So if you look at that connection there in blue, and that connection there in blue, and that one, those are the PRASA lines that are currently dysfunctional and are preventing us from actually being efficient, because I heard the emphasis being placed on the need for us to be efficient. So we do need to address that quite urgently. These are the challenges that we have to live with. And also the stuff that has to go to Roslyn has to take that long route instead of the ideal route. Again, even on the other side here, there's things that need to go to Mafikeng and to Botswana. They could just simply take a faster route they're having to be diverted through that purple route and around there, adding more than 200 kilometers of travel time to our cargo back and forth. So that's where most of the, so it's a small, from a location perspective and geography perspective, we're dealing with a small space, but it plays an integral role in terms of enabling all of the cargo that we deem as important on the rest of the country, because it's a connectivity point. So we thought we'd just share that with you, because those are the foundational things that we have to do. We can't talk about the future if the current rail system is dilapidated and continues to be. I mean, I'm emphasizing the PRASA, but the other parts are exposed to the same. We're just dealing with it through other means and also throwing money at it where we need to. But yeah, it's a real issue that we need to address. Just in closing then, I've emphasized the issue of theft and the issue of PRASA, and have also indicated what we require assistance with from yourselves and I suppose the stakeholders themselves. And then in terms of the community in spatial planning, I don't know if within the working team we do have people who are actually going to look at that and see how it will impact connectivity within the province going forward. I think that should be the end of my presentation. I've just also included later for your consumption just some of the pictures that show the state of the network and what we're having to deal with. My sense is that it's going to continue this way if we don't get a solution. So even when we start to partner with the private sector, it is one of the critical ingredients that are required that we need to address. If they're talking investment, they also need to also tell us how is it that they are going to assist. If you look at the trends from the days of COVID, in the middle there, to the right, the trend is still growing. I think lastly, just to show you, in terms of the total network, that's where we're seeing a lot of the incidents on a daily basis. We also have manual authorizations due to that because they steal the cables and the signal equipment, etc. So that's where most of the crime is happening, unfortunately, in the hub. So as much as it's the hub, economic hub for everybody, it's also the economic hub for the thieves as well. So we need to deal with that. These are the current engagements that we are having with various stakeholders to try and curb this. But as you see, the stats are not coming down. It's a future challenge, current and future challenge. We show you here also the stats in terms of the arrests that we've made over time, but the numbers are not translating. We are currently looking at technologies as well with industry to see how they can assist. So that is my story. I think I'll leave it here. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation from Transnet. At some point, it's depressing, but I think it's reality. It's reality, Honorable Premier and Honorable MECs, that we should approach head-on together with the stakeholders and Transnet, and the issues of security they were very prominent in the presentation. The issue of the transfunctional PRASA rail system. I believe the war room also, as a mechanism that has been established in the province, will begin to address that together with the stakeholders and government. Thank you for that presentation, Madam. I'm going to call upon the South African Association of Freight Forwarders, Ms. Rolene Melai to come forward to talk to us about freight forwarding. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Gauteng MEC, Gauteng Premier. I'm acting today on behalf of our SAF CEO, Unita Maria, who could unfortunately not be here today. I'm Raylene Malaya, the PR and Marketing Executive for the South African Association of Freight Forwarders. Just want to get my phones out. Yeah, SAF's been around for over 100 years now, since 1921, actually since 1915, but officially since 1921. We're an association with members throughout the Republic of South Africa. We have 5 chapters, and we act on their behalf with government, we lobby on their behalf, and we have around 320 members currently. Today, it's just an overview of SAF, the partnerships we have with other government agencies and government and private sector. Just want to go to the next slide, that one. Yeah, I must be careful what I say because we've had Transnet and the first speaker talking about all the challenges that we face. And if you look at waterside, all of the areas affect our members, as 80% of freight is moved by our members. If you look at waterside, if vessels can't berth, we have delays. Landside, the Transnet terminals, and I will briefly touch on Pier 1 and 2 later. Evacuation, if the fluid ratio is not there, we cannot evacuate the tracks immediately. Safe and secure roads, that the Gauteng Premier touched on. Vandalism, I would like to just point out some figures. Transnet might give me more accurate figures, but if you look at vandalism, and this was a quote that we received from the Transnet Freight Rail Group, if I can read this to you. The rampant theft and vandalism has had severe impact on freight movement and has a direct impact on Transnet Freight Rail and customer revenues as we cancel trains daily. Transnet Freight Rail has cancelled 1,119 trains as a direct result of security-related issues. Between January and October, over 1,000 kilometers of copper cable has been lost. And just a period of 8 and 9 November, 10 kilometers of cable theft. If all these modes of transport and modalities don't have a balance, then our freight forwarders and our customs agent cannot move freight. I would just like to go to the next slide here due to time constraints. Before I get to this slide, I've actually received from our working groups that we have with Transnet, if you allow me, just to read out some recommendations that we work with on a weekly basis. To reduce all these time delays, we could incorporate routine scheduled maintenance, better equipment, appropriate container usage. An example of that is straddle carriers that cannot travel long distances, so there's a need for improved hybrid process. The IT department needs to prioritize updates according to arrival sequence, first in, first out. The vessel planning department needs to penalize gangs that delay the offloading process. And a green lane, access for trucks that are pre-advised as per the NAVIS N4 system. Then if I could focus on that slide. We collaborate with Transport Forum on an annual basis. Harry van Heestien, we have bi-weekly meetings and webinars that we attend. We collaborate closely with BUSA, Business Unity South Africa. They are the Apex voice, and we have secured bi-weekly meetings with them. Gauteng Trade Facilitation, it's our other government agencies. We meet with them monthly, NRCS, state warehouses, the SAPS Border Police, quite a few departments that we liaise with, and then we give our members monthly feedback as well. TITA funding, we received funding for course material, which is much needed development. We're currently doing the NQF 7 level for Customs Compliance Manager. I'll get to the youth development. We also have a small business development program for SMMEs that we have annually to develop them and help them to get into the industry. Picard Research, we are part of a working group to see COVID, post-COVID, where we can assist as an association. We have regional webinars, the ESA webinars as well. Our CEO is the chair of that regional webinars. And then the dials, we have 9 control dials that control tower dials that I would just, there's one example of the 9 that we have. And again, with Transnet here, I just need to quote the correct figures. If you look at Pier 1, just the last week of October versus the first week in November, Pier 1 is relatively constant with the container movements. If you look at Pier 2, there's a 3,000 drop from 27 in October to about 24,000 in November. This is mostly due to our weather conditions in the coastline as well as operational issues. And if you look at the next slide, our focus for the next year is to work in collaboration with our Gauteng MEC. We had our first Gauteng Freight Forum meeting in July, and we would like to continue that collaboration. And I'm sure your mandate is to make Gauteng the preferred dry port, and we would, as an association, appreciate assistance with that and continue with the collaboration. Big data analysis, we look at real data, timelessly, and it's authentic data that we look at every day. We would like to address our SAF infrastructure issues. We're a small team, but we would like to expand it into a research and development team. We look at a lot of measuring tools that we share with many partners. Cohesive approach with land borders. We all know the issues that we have with land borders. Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, the service charter there, and then skills development. We're actually launching a SAF training academy on Thursday through the Transport Forum platform, where we will be focusing on over 60 training programs from youth development right up to NQF7 and honours. So that's a very exciting opportunity for us to expand the industry. The previous speakers touched on many agencies and government agencies they work with. On this slide you can see all the departments we work with on the left, and we also work very closely with AXA. We work with ACOC, Border Police, Transnet, CBRTA, NRCS. And if you look at the next slide, the federations and associations that we have agreements with, we are a member of FIATA, which is your International Federation of Freight Forwarders, FSATA, FICFASA. There are so many associations. I see our counterparts, Road Freight Association and SAPA, the South African Express Parcel Association, are not here today, but we work closely with them and collaborate on issues in the industry. So there's quite a few departments that we work with. I would like to leave you with one quote today. Coming together is a beginning, keeping together is progress, and working together is success. And we would continue to work together with government and our Gauteng Freight Forum to bring success to the industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rolene, for the short presentation on the issues within the freight forwarding subsector of the freight and logistics sector. It's very much aligned to what also Transnet has articulated on the key issues of safety and security that you also articulated on. And also the fact that you also appreciate the forum that is there in the province that has been established with the freight industry I'm not going to take or allow anybody to take a break, except that if you want to break in, grab your tea or coffee, please do so, so that we save time as we go along. We almost left with few presentations for the day. Can I invite Mr. Mike Daniel, the MD and CEO of Rail Runner South Africa, to sponsor the input from his side? Over to you, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Program Director, Honorable Premier, Honorable MECs, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen and colleagues. I'm going to share a secret with you today. Rail Runner reduces national logistics costs for freight owners. I've just got to see, where do I point this? There we go. So, Rail Runner bimodal logistics is a disruptive and innovative mode of transportation providing seamlessly integrated rail and road logistics solutions. Efficient, low-cost terminal anywhere, low barriers to entry, promote intra-SADC trade, lifting the GDP of these countries, and maximizing existing SADC rail infrastructure, that is, trade corridors. So Rail Runner can reduce logistics costs by up to 20%, and that's what we need. And we can reduce the output of CO2 by up to 40% and generate carbon tax credits. Ladies and gentlemen, we look at trade in and out of our ports, exports and imports, but we ignore the 100 million people to the north of us. At the moment, our intra-SADC trade is 16%. Europe, their intra-European trade is 50 to 60%. We need to focus on SADC to increase our GDP and to grow our economy. Bimodal logistics facilitates the migration of freight from road to rail. Now, we are not roadies, we're not railies. We understand the strengths of road and the strengths of rail. And by bringing them together, we can actually create a better future. So we add freight capacity via private sector investment, we lower national logistics costs, we broaden supplier development. All of these units that you're going to see today are going to be manufactured in Gauteng. Nowhere else. We increase operator revenues and profits, and that's both for road and rail. So your road operator will be able to increase his profits. Your rail, Transnet, will be able to increase their revenue and profits. So here we have on the left our typical container on flat car, and on the right we have a Rail Runner unit. So we have a white dry van in the back and a black Rail Runner unit in the front, and together they form a bimodal train. So we take a Trident trailer with 3 axles, push some steel wheels underneath it, lift it up, and now we have a train. And here's some interesting stats. Rail causes 85% times fewer casualties in Europe, road casualties. And rail has 12 times fewer external costs to society than road. Rail is 9 times better in terms of CO2 emissions. Rail 8 times better in terms of air pollution. And rail has 6 times lower specific energy consumption. And those are the numbers that have been presented by the UIRR. Now we're looking at the bogie. So we have a number of important features there. We have an air ride suspension. We have radial steering, so the unit can turn. We have a compact light rail vehicle, and we have lower energy consumption. A rail runner unit, both trailer and bogie, weighs approximately 50% of what an empty rail wagon weighs. So transporting an empty vehicle uses less fuel, and even when we are loaded, we're transporting load, not rail vehicle. Rail Runner explained, if any of you get this presentation, I have left a PDF version with the organizers. There's a YouTube video, which I'm going to attempt to play now, and we will see if this works, but you can visit YouTube. The address is there, and view this. So you can see the yellow is the Rail Runner chassis, the orange is the container, and the black is the bogie. So not only is Rail Runner unique and challenging, so we work with Terminal Anywhere. Now you can see here we're building a train under the wire. Conventional trains have to be shunted out from under the wire and into a terminal at City Deep where the cranes can start working on them. We don't have to do that. So we save time and we save energy. So we build the train under the wire. So we have an intermediate bogie, which is between two trucks or trailers. And then we have a transition bogie, which connects to the locomotive. And so we build our train. We could actually pick up a container shipside and transport it without a reach stacker or straddle carrier, take it to rail and dispatch it on rail in port. So we can build a train and make a train of 20 to 50 units in about 2 hours. And we can do that down in Durban, and we can do that up in Gauteng. You can see the conventional train below, our train at the top. We have much less air spaces. It improves our aerodynamics. And of course, we ride on an air suspension. We have a spring backup suspension, but our primary suspension is air, and that gives us a very smooth ride. We're very quiet, we're very environmentally friendly, and that's the way we'd like to keep it. Rail Runner benefits to logistics companies. So we have terminal location, vertical markets, rail modes, and cross gauge. And these are the advantages that Rail Runner can bring to the market. So moving freight from road to rail, no freight is left behind. An innovative trailer design with a wide range of freight can be transported. So we have multiple trailers, curtain side, container, side tipper, car carrier. We have Terminal Anywhere, where your terminal can be a municipal siding that hasn't been used for 20 years. We can turn that into a Rail Runner terminal. How inexpensive will that be? All we need is gravel or brick paving or asphalt level with the top of the rails, and we have a terminal. Efficient, no specialized equipment, and rail lines on level area. We have a 20-year hook and haul agreement with TFR, and some people say to me, but Mike, you want to work with Transnet? And I say, yes. Transnet are world class at hook and haul. People come from all over the world when we have hook and haul conferences to see and understand how Transnet moves the coal to Richards Bay and the iron ore to Saldanha Bay. And some clever person in Transnet said, Mike, we want to do that with general freight. We want to hook and haul. So we want you to do the first mile, you to operate the terminal, you to build the train. We come along, we hook, we do a brake check, we take over care and custody, and we leave the terminal. We drop it off in the terminal on the other side, you break the train, you deliver the last mile, and you do the rest of it. And we said, yes, please. We'd be more than willing to do that. Now, here we have some of a few of our different trailer designs. Top right-hand corner, we have a hard-sided body which can be opened on the side and the back. That can also be turned into cold chain. We can do 10 days of cold chain. The one below it, I think it's got some vehicles in it. Top left-hand side is a half-height container, which traveling up on the north-south corridor could have a bladder in it full of diesel or chemicals. And our return trip, we would roll the bladder up and bring some copper back, copper or cobalt. Bottom left-hand corner, we have a side tipper. And that side tipper can transport coal, chrome, manganese. We're not here to compete with the heavy haul lines of Transnet, but there's domestic transport for coal for Eskom. There's domestic transport of iron ore for ISCO, or what they call themselves now, Mittel, and all of this. So we can actually transport bulk commodities and deliver them without the use of a tippler. The tippler fleet in this country is very old and often fails. So Rail Runner can also benefit the owners of old tipplers. They can remove the old tippler, and we can use that chute and that concrete infrastructure to place the bulk material on their conveyor belts. So Rail Runner meets your requirements from pit to port, from farm to fork, from storage tank to fuel tank, identity preserved crops and goods. A lot of people are now wanting to know where their food comes from so that they don't get poisoned. Ship to distribution center. That's what I mentioned. We can go from ship side to a distribution center on road and on rail, and then distribution center to sorting center. This is the packaging, express packaging market, so we can facilitate there. And then again, factory to retailer. We secure your supply chain. So if you look at a Rail Runner unit, it's basically a domestic container. So you take it, you take your sea container to your distribution area, unpack, load into Rail Runner trailers. You've now got everything in a domestic container, untouched by human hands, locked away, geofencing. You can unlock that trailer when it gets to your premises. It otherwise stays locked. So also, I don't know if any of the customs and excise people are here, it also controls their problem of containers being opened in the wrong place. Digitize your supply chain. All of our trailers will have PLCs on them and gateways, so they'll be open to the Internet of Things, and you'll be able to track your freight on your phone app. We can reduce the logistics costs of South Africa. Now have a look at this. This is scary. Road transport uses huge amounts of money. And versus rail, nobody pays for the rail. Transnet's installed it, it's there, but road is a different story. So here again, we're looking at terminals. On the left, we have a traditional intermodal terminal where we have a trailer on flat car. Now, we can't do that in South Africa because of our moving gauge. However, it requires expensive cranes to lift, and it's a significant investment. Whereas you have a simple craneless connectivity, minimal investment, and that's Rail Runner. Universal access. We drive on, we drive off. We're rail flexible, we're interoperable, and we have got the secret terminal anywhere. You don't have to go to a big terminal. You can turn the old side in as close to your factory as what it is into a rail runner terminal. So rail runner means intelligent logistics, smart terminals or dry ports, and in effect we have two terminals. We have a physical terminal and a digital terminal, and this allows us to increase the efficiency and to speed up the process. So we're managing the cargo using the Internet of Things, big data, blockchain technologies, augmented reality, and other smart and data science-based interfaces. And there's an address system that is 3 meters by 3 meters square, and it's called What 3 Words. And by doing that, we can go to the right. By using What 3 Words addresses, we will go to the correct gate at the 10 square kilometer factory instead of driving around looking for the correct place to go. How am I doing for time? We increase real estate value. What has happened is all these dry ports and logistics hubs, the clients are drawn there like bees to honey, and they want to be as close to the logistics supplier as possible, and these terminals create revenue. Benefits for shippers and beneficial cargo owners. So, rail runner lowers shipping cost, moves freight from road to rail, access to and from railheads, is socially responsible. Truck driver drives locally and is at home at night. Transport and product currently on road. Transport any product currently on road safely and efficiently. Real-time cargo tracking. Enhances cargo security and insurance saving. Secure smooth ride, air suspension, reduce noise pollution and carbon credits. Eliminate, the next one. What happened? Yeah, there we go. Eliminate border logjams. Targeted regulation facilitates road to rail and drives bimodal technology. I'm sure you're all aware that DRC is implementing laws that they only want DRC-owned trucks and drivers to deliver their products. Zambia has installed that network of toll booths. Botswana requiring local drivers. South Africa, foreign truck drivers aren't welcome. So what we can do is we can deliver trailers, road trailers, full of freight into each one of those countries for their particular drivers to do the last mile, unload, pick up a new load, do the first mile, and deliver back to the terminal efficiently and cost effectively. So we invite you to see the invisible so that we can do the impossible. Signed by Madiba. And we believe that Rail Runner can unlock economic freedom for all beyond COVID. We've been experiencing political freedom for some time now. Time has come for economic freedom. Thank you, Mr. Program Director. And Premier Mkhura, one question. Your war room, can they focus on industrial sabotage? Because these are not people that are stealing to feed their families. I call them the Gauteng Mafia. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Daniel, for the innovative solutions that you have just presented in terms of the rail runner, bimodal logistics. I think these are the initiatives that are welcome in the sector. I'm sure other colleagues in the private sector will interact with yourself in this regard. I'm now going to invite Honorable MEC Tau, MEC for Gauteng Economic Development, to present on freight and logistics as an enabler for economic growth. Over to you, Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much to our program director. Let me acknowledge, of course, the Premier of the Province of Gauteng, Premier David Makura, my colleague MEC Mamabulo, ladies and gentlemen. The Premier in his input spent a bit of time sharing the vision of the province of Gauteng, including the strategic programs we're driving to unlock economic development and ensure transformation in the economy of our province. He indicated that the Gauteng Provincial Government adopted the Growing Gauteng Together 2030 strategy. Not only did we develop the strategy, we subjected it to a detailed review and analysis by independent economists to determine whether the economic components of the strategy would enable us to achieve our objectives. And this review gave us an indication that we can, in fact, double the size of the provincial economy by 2030, calculating from 2019 numbers, and we can reduce unemployment to 14%. Doesn't meet the target by 2030, which is the National Development Plan target of being below 7%, but it is a significant reduction in unemployment in the province of Gauteng. But there are a number of important preconditions to this. The first, and possibly most important that I'd like to emphasize, is the need for a disciplined implementation of the strategy. And disciplined implementation of the strategy implies organizing and reorganizing government and governance in such a way that it is able to implement and coordinate efforts around the implementation of strategy. Secondly, that we would have to ensure that we build the appropriate partnerships across the identified 10 high-growth priority sectors so that we leverage the capacity not only of the state, but that of our partners to enable us to achieve these objectives and the implementation of the plan. It is thus that, having identified these as critical contributors to the attainment of strategy, that we've identified the need to, one, establish the Gauteng Economic War Room, secondly, to develop strategic partnerships to enable us to achieve these objectives. And these partnerships find expression in the form of the action labs, as the Premier made reference to, but also bilateral and multilateral partnerships and engagements with institutions ranging from industry bodies, institutional capability that we have in the province, whether it's universities, research institutions, and so on. We've also reached out to, amongst others, the donor community, embassies, and other countries to bring in capability into the work that we do. And all, of course, we've reached out to national government agencies and other agencies, quasi-government and government agencies that we can involve in these initiatives. And without going through the whole detail of the partnerships, but for purposes of sharing, here I'll make a few examples around how these partnerships are evolving in the war room. One of the high growth priority sectors is with regards to energy and the transition to cleaner energy sources and us meeting our nationally determined contributions to the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, but also looking at alternative and clean energy as a means through which we can drive a program of green industrialization in our province. In this regard, we've partnered, amongst others, with Sasol, Mitochondria, Sibanye, and Basmark on different components of driving the green hydrogen strategy that's evolving in the province. And these partnerships are enabling in many ways, if you think about how this has evolved with Sasol, a practical realization of what we can call a just transition, accepting our current assets and resource base and using those through gray hydrogen as we transition towards green hydrogen. We've developed partnerships in areas such as ICT and digital services with a focus on the gig economy, and amongst others, ensuring that we're able to expand and enable broadband access. We've established an action lab around broadband, and we've also entered into a partnership with the BPESA, the Business Process Outsourcing Industry Body, with whom we've developed jointly a business plan for the implementation and acceleration of a program around business process outsourcing in our province. With regards to food, beverages, agro-processing, and agribusiness, we've partnered with the individual companies, but also partnered with the Agricultural Development Agency, which is an offshoot, if not a partner of or an affiliate of the PPGA, the Public-Private Growth Initiative, to drive programs around agricultural development in the province, to drive programs around accelerating agro-processing and focusing on agro-processing agriculture for domestic demand, but also for export industries. In the automotive sector, we've partnered with NAMSA, the Retail Motor Industry Association, with Automotive Industry Transformation Fund, and of course the OEMs in this sector, so that we can drive a program that increases industrialization as reflected on by the Premier, but also enable beneficiation and participation by local industry, increasing the levels of participation from tier 3, 2 to 5, in fact, industry participants in the growing automotive sector in the province of Gauteng. And of course, we have engaged in discussions around freight and logistics and how we address the critical challenges around freight and logistics. And many of the speakers before me have reflected on the challenges. So I'm not going to reflect on those challenges. Safe to say that as we implement the Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone, and in particular the work that we're doing to ensure that we develop the fourth plant that is being developed in Tshwane currently, intended to produce at least 200,000 Ford Rangers in Tshwane, with 80% of these targeted for the export market. It has exposed a number of things. The first is, on the plus side, that from the point of view of industrial activity, the production of the vehicle, we are on par with our competitors globally. So we match Thailand and the Asian tigers from the industrial production of the vehicle, pound for pound, if I may say so. But it is when it comes to the other factors where we lose our efficiencies. Our reality is that the cost of moving goods is 4 to 5 times higher than the countries that we're competing with. So we're producing the same vehicle for the same cost, but it costs us more to move this vehicle out of South Africa into the export market. And there are a number of reasons for that. The first has been reflected on by many in this room, that says the efficiency of freight and logistics, the fact that we move our goods through our road networks is one of the greatest impediments to the growth of industry in our country, because it impacts on our ability to be competitive. The second component, of course, is the efficiency in our ports, the processing of documents, of customs, and so on, is a critical impediment and contributor, because if the goods stay in ships for days on end and are not moving in and out of the country, or the processing of documentation, customs, tax, and so on, makes people stay for longer, it contributes to the economic inefficiency. So this discussion today is crucial to helping us achieve our industrial and reindustrialization objectives, because it says that unless we're able to address the inefficiencies in our economy, we will continue to struggle. Now, part of the efforts that we're currently undertaking in the province include working with national government, DTIC, and I'm sure DG October will reflect on this and other points, on the Eastern Cape Gauteng Freight Rail Corridor as an opportunity to improve freight and movement of goods, but also leveraging of all ports of the country, acknowledging the current challenges that the port in Durban faces. We're saying it's a strategic project to enable us to move our goods out of this province and move goods into this province. We've also entered into a partnership with the Airports Company of South Africa around air access, so that we're able to increase the number of airlines that are able to land on our airports, in particular the OR Tambo Airport, for both passenger and freight. So the air access program is focused on both passenger and freight movement, using OR Tambo as a particularly important port in our country, and actually the biggest airport in our country. Of course, we've been looking at Tambo Springs and other inland ports as a means through which we improve efficiencies here, and are investing, and are investing in driving these programs so that some of the burden that is placed on the seaports can actually be reduced by creating some of the efficiencies in the inland ports. So it's a conscious and deliberate effort of ensuring that we can improve areas of freight and logistics in our province. Of course, we have a strategic collaboration with the province of KwaZulu-Natal, and many have reflected on the fact that whilst KZN is the primary port of entry for goods into this province and for goods into this country and out of the country. 65% of these are destined for Gauteng, not only for use in Gauteng, but for distribution from Gauteng into the continent. So I thought I'll spend the few minutes I was given to share the flavor of partnerships that we're entering into. Because the Premier has indicated that he would want us to establish a strategic partnership around freight and logistics. That he would want us to establish an action lab, and that we should address both issues of efficiency in the sector, but also see it on its own as a contributor to the industrialization and reindustrialization efforts of the province of Gauteng. So in us, you have a willing partner. And indeed, I hope we've also demonstrated our appetite for partnership, but also our capability to convene and coordinate multiple sectors and partners as we drive the program of reindustrialization, and transformation in the province of Gauteng. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MEC Tau, for the eloquent presentation and positioning of the Growing Gauteng Together 2030 in action, and how you articulated and the fact that there's an emphasis on doubling the size of the provincial economy by 2030 and reducing unemployment as well. The fact that we, as a province, focusing on building appropriate partnerships across all the 10 key sectors is part of the GGT 2030 in action. I think this sector, the freight and logistics sector, as an action, as part of the action labs within the war room, is going to play a very much important role and contribution to the transformation and reindustrialization program. Can I now invite Mr. Lionel October, the Executive Director, to focus on Gauteng Eastern Cape corridor.
Thank you, Program Director, Premier Makura, MECs Mamabulo and MEC Tau, and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to be very, very short because I think both the Premier and the MEC Tau have laid out clearly. And as I said, what my Deputy Minister Majola would have said is that currently the industrialization program of the DTIC and the Special Economic Zones program is at a very, very critical juncture at the moment. And when I say at a critical juncture, it means we are almost ready for takeoff. And as you know, we are trying to get sustainable economic growth, trying to get the growth rate up in the economy, trying to solve the problem of poverty and unemployment. And we know that the only way anybody has successfully been able to drive economic growth consistently is through the vehicle of industrialization. So your industry, manufacturing is your engine of your economy. But fortunately, because of the work done over the past 15, 20 years, we are actually on the verge of takeoff with our manufacturing sector. Even though you hear a lot of challenges, a lot of people saying there are some really critical challenges, we've actually, because we are reindustrializing, and if I take the automotive industry as an example, in 1994, we exported about 12,000 vehicles. This year, we export 300,000 vehicles, and we produce 600,000 vehicles in this economy. We are moving very rapidly ahead of target, but we said that by 2035, we want to produce 1 million vehicles in the country. We are getting there very fast because of, as I said, the high level, and not just because the Premier is here, but as he indicated, we have 7 of the giant OEMs in the country, 7 out of the 10 global OEMs. As you know, we've got Mercedes-Benz, VW, Toyota, Isuzu, Nissan, BMW, Ford, and then we have the 2 Chinese ones. So what we have consolidated in Gauteng now, we're going to produce 1 million vehicles by 2035. But as I said, we're probably going to reach it before 2030 already. We have the 3 big auto companies here in Gauteng, and as I said, it's all recent. We have Ford in Tshwane, and we have Nissan and BMW in Roslyn. So in that northern corridor. But what, as I said, because of the Premier's intervention 2 years ago, he managed to secure from the world's biggest auto company, one of the biggest, second biggest, Ford Motor Company. They have decided to locate outside of the US, the biggest Ford Ranger plant is now, they've just completed a $1 billion investment. That's 16 billion. MEC Tau was there, Premier was there, DM Majola. Everybody was there last week, but they've completed the investment of the 1 billion. It wasn't just talk, it wasn't promises, it was done there, you could see it. But we are also completing the special economic zone, and we are completing the 12 brand new factories. And they will all be completed by March next year. But they have been under construction these past 2 years. And so that factory is going to be producing. So the Gauteng corridor that I've been asked to speak about is that, so currently 80% of your Ford Rangers are being transported on road. And it's all going via Durban. So we currently have to deal with the current range, but the new Ford Ranger will be the first line, which will be coming off the line in March next year. So they're going to be producing and ramping up to 200,000 vehicles. So as I said, we're doubling production of autos in the country. Ford itself is by next year going to start doubling its production. It currently produces 100,000 vehicles. It is moving to 200,000 vehicles. So you see the massive 24 billion investment in the special economic zone. So the rail corridor, as was indicated, is that we basically need, South Africa exports to 140 countries. So we are the biggest Ford Ranger plant. So to get that goods to market, it has been agreed that we will currently use the Durban line, but over time, Durban is going to be too congested. So we need a dedicated line, which is then the Gauteng Eastern Cape corridor via Bloemfontein, and then to Port Elizabeth Port. And then Port Elizabeth Port, currently they do export the VWs, Volkswagens from Uitenhage, and they import and they export the Ford engines. So there's also going to be simultaneously an upgrade of the PE port into a world-class auto port. And then we're going to start doing both for BMW, Nissan, and things. So you're going to have almost 500,000 vehicles coming out of Gauteng, which will have to get to our export markets. And as we know, Gauteng is unique in the world in that sense as a major region and city. It is not located next to a river or next to the sea. So it's very unique, and that's because of our mining industry. So, and as I said, that's why I think it's really opportune that this forum has been called. So, because we as I said, that's the one economic zone. If you look at the other two zones, currently the OR Tambo SEZ is busy also constructing factories for 7 new investors, right as we speak. And then we are working, as mentioned, in the Vaal SEZ as well, which is also going to be taking off in the first quarter of next year, with construction for 3 big investors will kick off in next year. So all the 3 zones are rapidly coming, as I said, into production. And therefore, we're at this tipping point now where we need to get those goods north and south. And therefore, this corridor or this transport workshop is important. So I think going forward, as I said, all roads lead to Rome. And if you could see from the map there from Transnet, all roads and rail links from Gauteng. So the key thing is this forum, which I think has been indicated will be institutionalized. But I think the key thing for the development state now is coordination. We really need the coordination now, and that institution must be institutionalized through the forum, the war room, and hopefully into a really full planning agency. Because in all other countries who deal with this problem, they have planning agencies where they combine their different departments into one. And then they coordinate, and as they produce, they also work out the transport network. So this coordination, and what we've proven is that I think because we're solutions orientated, in terms of Gauteng government under the Premier's leadership, we can solve all our problems because we have immense capabilities. Now, what was done we had to, as I said, build the forward investment and the 12 factories in 2 years during COVID. Now, the success of that is because of coordination, and what we have is a unique model, which we're repeating now throughout for special economic zones, is that it is the SEZ is owned by all 3 tiers of government. So we have the metro, we have the province, and we have national DTIC, constituting 33% ownership each. And through that forum of our SEZ, we have immediate coordination between all 3 tiers of government. That's why we can show there's electricity, there's water, there's province investment, and there's DTIC, building of the top structures. But the key thing is the coordination and the institutionalization of the special economic zone. So we have full-time staff there. There's 50 full-time people working every day on that site. There's about 6,000 people on site. And as I said, they will be producing. But the secret of success is always the coordination and the institutionalization of this work. So I think, again, it is quite visionary, I think, that this forum has been called. The timing is really perfect because, and as was indicated by Transnet, we need one forum, which is Transnet, PRASA, Department of Gauteng Transport, DTIC, and then private sector. So we have convened a forum for this corridor project, and I'll conclude. But because of this coordination at the IDC now, we hosted all the players in one room to solve this problem of doing the transport of the Ford Ranger. So we had Transnet, CEO of Transnet, we had Ford, we had the Gauteng government, we had Eastern Cape government, we had National Department of Public Enterprises, we had DTIC, and then because these projects need financing, we had all our DFIs, IDC, DBSA, ECIC. That forum is a permanent forum under the leadership of the 2 premiers and the Minister of DPE. So again, this corridor will be completed at the end of 2025, March 2026. That corridor will be up and running. The feasibility studies are being completed. the finances is being raised, and so on. But it is a clear commitment that has been given. And as I said, this project is really being spearheaded by Transnet. They're the owners of the project. They are running it. We are the supporting network for them. And I think if we can have a similar arrangement on a permanent basis to have this transport forum to support, as I said, all three SEZs will be producing and they need to get their goods to market. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bernard October, for the presentation. I'm sure you must be the longest serving DG in the sector where you are. And we really appreciate the insight that you have given, provided in this session, and how you positioned in actual terms the reindustrialization program, which is expressed in the Gauteng Eastern Cape corridor and the associated and related programs and investments that will be realized in the short to medium and long term. And I think we also appreciate and note the proposal that you articulated around coordination and emphasizing the importance of institutional coordination, which finds expression in the war room that has been established, and also the fact that you already have a forum on the corridor project, which is spearheaded by Transnet. And I think it will have to find traction as well by making sure that also Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport and related agencies participate in that forum to actually technically take it forward as well. University of Johannesburg, are you here? We have Ms. Rose Luke, the Associate Professor in Transport and Supply Chain. The role of academia is very critical as well in this sector in terms of skills development and empowerment. Can you come over, Prof?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, I guess it is now, Program Director, Honorable Premier, Honorable MECs, Director Generals, and distinguished guests. I think it's always very difficult to speak at this time of the day after I've already listened to so many very knowledgeable people, so it's a hard act to follow, but I shall try my best. We've heard today that the Gauteng GDP is 33% of the national GDP. Now, what that says to us is that certainly from a freight perspective, that we can't afford to fail. But also from a freight perspective, we simply can't afford bottlenecks. And when I say we can't afford bottlenecks, I mean that from the perspective of South Africa. If Gauteng fails, South Africa fails. So it's really important that we're able to look at this. The origin and destination, we've also heard, is more than 60% of South Africa's freight is either originating or its destination is Gauteng. So I think a well-functioning freight system is absolutely critical. From an operator's perspective, we have a major impact on time and cost. The income is dependent on efficient movement. From a customer's perspective, of course, it's all about productivity gains and getting goods and services to operators and access to a wider range of suppliers and markets. So really critical from that perspective, but of course from the broader economy, as I've mentioned, we need to form distribution networks, we need to attract economic activity, and we need to be competitive. It's the only way in which we can survive. So today we've heard a lot about the corridors, which I'll get back to in a moment, and it's extremely gratifying to hear this. But from a Gauteng freight perspective, we must also never underestimate the intra-provincial freight movement, because that's a lot higher than people think. So that must be taken into account in any kind of strategy that we have for Gauteng. I think also we've heard a lot about the fact that we're a major thoroughfare for trade from the north. The distance, of course, from us to our markets is a major issue which we need to consider. And from that perspective, I understand that we've looked at corridors, but what we really need to think about here is that Gauteng, when we look at our for example, the manufacture of automotives, we're a very, very far away from our markets, which means that we have to do things better. It's not just good enough to be efficient. We need to do things better than anybody else because we need to cut those costs down. Our distance, our geographic removal from the markets is a huge impediment to us, and that means we have to do things better than anyone else. But the cost of freight is massive, and I think that's been referred to in an earlier discussion today. The cost of freight for the province is extremely high. There's high levels of traffic on the road, there's too much traffic on the road, but with that, of course, comes very high externalities, so your greenhouse gas emissions, your noise pollution, your accident costs, your land use, the destruction of habitats, the visual intrusions, and generally the disruptive effects that those have. The other thing that we should also realize when we're looking at setting the scene in Gauteng is our corridor dependence. So a lot of that is, a lot of the ability to function efficiently and without bottlenecks in Gauteng is dependent on whether the ports are functioning, whether the border posts are functioning. When there's a breakdown in any of these systems, there's a breakdown in total. So we've heard that high percentage of freight which comes through South Africa or through Gauteng systems, but it's also to realize that it's directly affected by things happening elsewhere in the country. I think we also have to realize that one of the things that we perhaps haven't discussed this morning is the interaction between freight and other transport activities, which is worthwhile thinking about, and I'll get back to that in a moment. But what we do need to realize is that we're a big province from an economic perspective and from an activity perspective, but we're really a small province in terms of size, and the level of transport and freight that needs to be moved is certainly not in line with size. So in other words, if we're going to keep freight moving at the level that we want it to move and at the efficiency which we want it to move, we cannot possibly cope with this without thinking about step changes. So the free flow of freight is absolutely critical. So some of the issues which we need to think about, and I mentioned that I would discuss other forms of transport. If we look at light delivery vehicles, we look at the fact that there's about approximately a 2% growth in the number of vehicles on Gauteng roads per annum. If we look at heavy vehicles, we're looking at about a 1% growth. Overall vehicle population is 1.5%. Cars at about 2%. Minibus taxis, the biggest growth rate, I've estimated this at about 2.4, and buses at about 0.7. Now, you may be asking why I'm mentioning buses at a freight forum, because our entire ability to move freight is dependent on the traffic on the road. And freight movement is largely, the biggest issue with freight movement, should I say, is that it shares the road. It shares the road space with everybody else. And when we see a huge growth in cars and a tiny growth in buses, this means that the focus is not in the right place. And the focus is then not moving enough towards getting people out of cars. Now, surely trucks can cause congestion, but the bigger congestion causes and the biggest capacity users are in actual fact cars. So we have to look at how do we connect what we have in terms of passenger transport to our freight strategy, and that comes down to integrated transport planning. I've lost the the podium, so I'll not lean there again. Okay, I think other issues that we need to discuss is the safety. I think we've heard a lot about that this morning, but surely safety is going to remain a critical issue, and that safety of the freight and safety of the drivers, it's something that needs to be addressed. I understand that it's on everybody's radar, but we really need to start to make concrete plans about that. And I think we also need to look at the fact that foreign drivers continue to be a target. We understand that there are several reasons underlying this, but from an issue perspective, it's enormously disruptive. And I think we need to understand what does underlie the issues, what exactly is driving this, and more to the point is what can be done to prioritize this so that it has less impact on the supply chain, on the freight flows. I think also we need to realize that labor unrest, strikes, civil unrest has indicated to us that supply chains are enormously fragile and can turn, as they used to say in the olden days, on a ticky. So things can really change overnight. And I think the looting earlier on in this year showed us how much such a thing can have an impact on our supply chains. So those are things that we need to manage going forward and have concrete action plans. So it's not just about moving freight, but it's also about looking after the greater socio-economic impact. We've heard a lot today about regulation, and I think that we do understand that road is perhaps under-regulated, but I think also when we approach regulation, and surely our past history with high cubes and so on has given us food for thought there, but we would certainly want to think about, when we're thinking about regulation, we would absolutely have to approach it with caution, because any attempt to regulate goods onto rail transport, for example, regulation regarding foreign drivers, regulation regarding high cubes, any of these without proper investigation may have very broad impacts on the efficiencies within the industries. I think also other issues that we need to continue to raise are issues related to fuel costs. It's related directly to our costs associated with doing business. We also know that because we have this geographical disadvantage, that we need to be able to think about that, but fuel costs is certainly something that needs attention. The road-rail debate continues to be a massive issue. I've heard quite a lot about it, and I'm certainly very excited to hear all the initiatives that are on the go. But we can only say that Gauteng's roads will not be able to cope with our growths that I've mentioned earlier, and this needs to be prioritized in a very significant way in order to do that. I think things like the hubs, the City Deeps, Tambo Springs, Pyramid, Roslyn, those need to continue. The special economic zones are great initiatives, and we'd like to see those being taken forward. Things like the PWV 15 must continue. We simply cannot route everything through the centre. And of course, theft and sabotage needs to, it's increasing our costs of doing business, so we need to continue to focus on that. I think also that I've spoken briefly about infrastructure, but I think there's some very simple things that we perhaps sometimes overlook and that we need to focus on. And we should not underestimate the impact of quick fixes. Yesterday I read a statistic that said that Johannesburg had the highest level of potholes of any city in Johannesburg, and the estimate was that there was approximately 92,000 potholes in Johannesburg. Now that's not Gauteng, that's just Johannesburg. And when you're looking at something like that, a pothole may seem like a small little hole, but in reality it constrains capacity. And every time we constrain capacity, we create bottlenecks. So when we're thinking about quick fixes, surely 92,000 potholes is maybe not a quick fix, but it's certainly something where we can make a significant difference. We also need to look at bridges, curbs, inlets, drains, simple things like flooding on roads, which immediately constrains capacity. So those are the kind of things that we need to look at on a more local level. I think also integrated planning remains something that really needs to be done. We have very good legislation in terms of integrated planning, but the ITPs tend to expire. Some of them are non-functional, so we really need to understand the issues there, and it really needs to be integrated. So again, I'll go back to mentioning things like the improvement of public transport could have an enormous impact on freight flows, but these are things that we need to investigate and truly do integrated transport planning. So we need to reduce cars, and then we need to look at what the effects might be on the flow of freight. Information is absolutely key. It's difficult to find any information on freight flows in Gauteng. The websites are not always easy to access. The information is not easy to get hold of. So I think we also need to provide information for users to make sure that there's highway information, alternative routes, etc. All of those kind of things need to be made available on a regular and ongoing basis. But more importantly, the Gauteng Freight Data Bank needs to be continually updated and needs to be, it's key for decision making, and we need that kind of information. We should also not underestimate the intelligent transport systems. We need excellent traffic management systems. We need to be able to look at diversions, etc. So intelligent transport systems are something that require a great focus. We also need to think about intermodalism in greater detail, and I was intrigued to hear the previous the rail runner presentation on looking at alternatives for these, and perhaps that's what we really need to think about, is starting to think outside the box in terms of how we need to look at intermodalism and make sure that it happens, because these are key bottlenecks in changing modes. We also need to, I've heard one of the earlier speakers refer to the land use mixes and spatial planning, and this is really also something that we need to take into account in our integrated transport plans, is making sure that's there. So in brief then, the actions that we can look at, the safety and security issues on trucks and trains must be an absolute priority. We need to manage demand, but we need to manage it in an integrated way. The modal shift and modal rebalancing remains absolutely critical. This means we need to make rail improvements, but as I mentioned, we need to think very carefully before one thinks about regulation. When you're thinking about rail improvements, we need to improve the service, upgrade the rolling stock, police the lines, make sure there's no cable theft. And I know these are things that many people have said before, but how do you make that a priority? What are the action plans to make that into a priority? Because we surely know that the inability of Transnet to provide a modern logistics service is surely dependent on these things. So we do need to prioritize it in a big way. We need to think about policy and institutional arrangements, and specifically here is high levels of private sector involvement. If you look at rail freight, it's economic goods, and surely that means that there's scope for a very high level of private sector involvement. Of course, law enforcement remains an absolute key, because it's simply we have good legislation, but our traffic is unmanageable. So this has a major impact on capacity and the ability to flow freight. I think our infrastructure spend is important and must continue despite the difficulties and budget constraints that we have. Economic zones, PWV 15, these I've all mentioned before. But of course, simple maintenance, both in terms of the roads and the 92,000 potential potholes, as well as rail, are key to being able to do this. Of course, as a university employee, I would be remiss in not mentioning skills development. And we've heard that there are a lot of drivers in the country. This is true. We do have a lot of drivers. I think that worldwide, though, we have a shortage of drivers, and it's documented everywhere. We've seen it in Europe, in the States. And the issue is, when we have good skilled drivers, that very often we lose them to other countries. So skills in terms of drivers are important, but of course at the university we don't teach people to drive. I think management skills are an absolute key in taking this forward. I think supply chain skills are absolutely critical for development. It's seeing the impact of one thing on another. Understanding the greater impact on the economy, all of these are absolutely critical. We need to leverage technology. If we don't leverage technology at this stage, we'll be left behind. All our competitors are leveraging technology. We see it in the private sector as well, with even freight companies starting to look at transport as a service. Using those kind of disruptive technologies. So those ones we'd like to see both in the planning side as well as private sector and government side. Data and information management goes back to the old adage of if you can't measure it, you can't manage it. So we need to know what's out there in order to make the correct decisions, both from an infrastructure investment perspective, from a rolling stock perspective, from any aspect relating to transport. We need to be able to know how goods are moving, where they're moving to, what the volumes are, etc., in order to make a difference. Lastly, then I'll just go back to integrated planning, and it's, as I mentioned before, it's very simple to underestimate how something like low levels of good public transport can impact traffic flow and freight flows. So I think that we need to go back to the drawing board on integrated planning, integrated transport planning, and making sure that it's truly integrated with other modes, with other forms of transport, with our economy, with land use, and making sure that the province flows as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof, for the presentation and articulation of the issues that are very critical for for the free flow of freight in the economy. Now, you have raised very critical and pertinent imperatives, which, if not properly done, can actually make or break the sector. And not only the sector, but transportation in general. Because much as we focusing on freight and logistics, the freight and public transport share the same network, share the same road network. So it is important that we always focus on both. In the province, we will be reviewing the Integrated Transport Master Plan 2025. And in the master plan, we're going to focus on balancing the movement of freight and the movement of public transport. And within public transport, we would like to focus as a priority on mass transit, moving from road to rail. And I think, Honorable Premier, this must become elevated at the national level. Because as Gauteng, we will be the highest hit by 2030. Because our estimation, our focus is that if our approach is a do-nothing approach in terms of public transport, we continue to invest in the manner in which we are investing. We do not prioritize or move decisively to rail, to passenger rail, especially in Gauteng, because the volumes and volumes of people move and commute from work, from home to work and back, and to other destinations within the province, and even beyond the province. I mean, we've got the Moloto, the likes of the Moloto corridor, and how those people move in and out of the province as well, within the province as well. So our estimate is that if we do nothing, if we don't move in terms of public transport, if we don't move to rail, we continue investing in road-based public transport, we are going to continue to have traffic congestion. And at some point, our estimate is that we will be moving each car on the road within the major roads in Gauteng will be actually traveling at a speed of 23 kilometers per hour. Can the economy afford that? In fact, actually, we are breaking the economy. So this is going to be a very important investment. And actually, we have pronounced it even in our smart mobility plan. So in the ITMP 25 review, we're going to do travel demand modeling. And as we do that travel demand modeling, it will show us even the roads that we should upgrade and even the roads that we should reprioritize. Because the Gauteng road network has been prioritized and is there, but it's going to show us if we need to reprioritize the roads that we have in terms of upgrading road infrastructure, in terms of investing in new roads, which roads should come first, and so forth and so forth. The likes of the PWV15 is a very important intervention. Because if you look at the congestion just around Gililos, it tells you that actually, and you look at freight, it tells you that we are actually in a disaster already. So in the next from now henceforth, the department has actually prioritized PWV15 as an important road to develop, so that we actually address that But importantly is that we need to invest in mass transit. We've got capable capacity that we can use to actually advance passenger rail in the province. Other provinces are not as much affected as we are, but we know that if the economy of Gauteng doesn't function, the rest of the economy of the country actually is severely affected. So I think, Prof, that is a very important point that you have raised. And the ITPs are also very critical. Cities should actually play their critical role in terms of also integrated transport planning. And I think something that we will engage mainly our 3 cities and the 2 district municipalities that we have. The issue of potholes, I must indicate that we are actually, MEC, processing a lot of claims, delictual claims arising of potholes. But the majority of those potholes, 90% of those potholes, are actually found in the municipal roads. So it's also a very critical issue that you have highlighted. And spatial planning, land use and spatial planning, we may think, if the thinking and the direction of spatial planning between cities and the province does not go in the same direction, we will see the proliferation of disjointed and fragmented cities. And we will continue to invest in the infrastructure, but it might not yield the results. For example, on roads. We have to invest a lot of billions on roads, but some of the roads are not necessarily of getting value in terms of the economy, because they are there to service even the areas in the periphery, which increases expenditure on the fiscus. If we continue to invest and invest in public housing far away from the areas of economic opportunity. So these are the issues that if we can also, Honorable Premier, address them in the war room, because if they are left behind, they can make or break what we are intending to achieve. We are now going towards, I think we are doing well on time. We have the last presentation before we close from the African Rail Industry Association, Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Misela Nhlapo. I don't know if he's here. Okay, oh, sorry. Is it Mr. or Me? You will introduce yourself, because here I think I've got a different name or designation. Over to you.
Patriarchy in the working space. This is not the first time that I'm being called Mr., and I have learned to accept it. Good afternoon, everyone. Program Director, Honorable Premier, MECs, and distinguished guests. We have suddenly moved in an area where I call it a volcano world. We are in a vulnerable state. There's a lot of uncertainty. Our environment has become complex, ambiguous. There's a lot of interdependence and nested environment. I would like to take us back to the 2015 at the 24th ordinary session at the African Union, where the session adopted that the manufacturing of rail rolling stock will be championed by South Africa and to drive toward industrialization. So as a country, we have been given a mandate by the African Union to drive the industrialization. And I would like to take an outward look at it, and then I'll do the inward look. The integration of the continent. We need to have a world-class infrastructure that crisscrosses the continent. Further, as a Pan-Africanist through and through, the economic development of Africa, South Africa, must rely on the potential that is offered by Africans, particularly its women and youth. And being present as women, and possibly that I will not be called Mr. anymore because it will be normal there for women to be in this sector. We're also looking at the African Development Bank, where it provides for 5 high fives, of which those that are relevant to me as a rail sector, as they're industrializing the continent and integrating the continent. But most importantly, improving the lives of Africans. I'll now go into my presentation titled Rail Structural Reform in South Africa, where we find ourselves as a country, and now post and pandemic, or endemic rather, we have had good news from our president as part of the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan that government will be allowing third-party access onto the core network. Can I have the next slide, please? Okay. Now the question is the rail industry poised for change? We think it's absolutely. The recent announcement by government simply points to an increased private sector participation in the rail space. And at times, private sector is viewed as this monster. I don't know where it comes from. We are not white monopoly capital, just to get that out of the way. We are South African registered companies that are working in the best interest of South Africans. Now, I'll give you the background and the context. The South African rail network, we have, okay, this is too small. Okay, we have 36,000 kilometers of track, and I think the 23,000 route. It is estimated that it will cost us 1.5 trillion rands to replace the current infrastructure. So the conversation around standard gauge, we're parking it immediately because we don't have the money to replace the infrastructure today. It is said that our infrastructure is equivalent of that of Germany. And I think that is quite critical to understand the type of infrastructure that we have as a country. 80% of the infrastructure or thereabout on the rail, with regards to rail infrastructure, is in South Africa. So we have the expertise. I hear people talking about skills. I don't know who has a definition of skills, but we have the capacity. We have seen Transnet being run like a proper organization, and actually the world looks to Transnet for standards and for skills. Those that have left Transnet recently, we are looking to them as private sector to bring in those skills, and some of them are actually being approached by international companies. These are fried volumes from about, can I take this thing out? Okay. So these are fried volumes for a period of about 1949, 1950, before I was born. So we're looking at the largest decrease in general freight since 1973, and a large increase in bulk flow, and a reduction in volumes from 2018. Now, as a disclaimer, Transnet, this was commissioned, it's a study that was commissioned by the African Rail Industry Association in response of the President's announcement into third-party access. Now, the green line is the general freight business, the blue line is the coal business, and the red line is iron ore lines. So we can see that there is a significant increase in terms of tonnages, but that the general freight businesses dramatically gone down. But the superficial increase is because of the high demand of iron ore and the coal line. And we have heard from the colleagues earlier on that there are some lines that are considered to be low profitable. And I think as private sector, those that are low profitable, this is where the opportunities are for private sector. We're looking at the international relevance. I mean, this is the stats from Australia versus South Africa. But as a true Pan-Africanist again, I would like to get an example right here next door. Tazara, which is a joint venture between Zambia and Tanzania, have seen a significant increase in their volumes, but particularly in their revenue. If you don't believe me, you can check on the Tazara website. The board actually issued a statement recognizing the importance of third-party access, recognizing that they actually, as a country, they have increased the volumes, but moreover, they have increased the revenue of Tazara by 25%. Now, this is the revenue that will be available for Transnet once the third-party access comes into being. So these are iron ore volumes, and speaking particularly to this, we have seen lots of mining houses coming out in recent times that some of the inefficiencies in the railway industry has been costing them lots of money, and I think that private sector will then add value to Transnet and also to South Africa in general and provide value to the mining houses as well. Now, third-party access, one of the things that we cover is that third-party access is not privatization. Privatization is the sale of state assets. We are not in the business of buying, but rather we want to have access. All we're saying to government is, gate. Now, the third-party access, it's not new. It was first, and also the open access into the draft white paper, into the National Rail Policy. That was 2017. And I think now we are in we've gone past from 2017 to 2021. We have about a few years, and my last estimation was like 4 years and lots of seconds. And then in 2019, we had the famous 77-page issued by Treasury towards an economic strategy for South Africa, of which Treasury provides that there is a need to increase private sector participation and to grow the economy. In 2020, we actually DOT came out with the economic regulation of transport bill. Then we'll touch on this later on. And then what got us excited as a rail sector is the economic reconstruction and recovery plan. To us, this is a first that in the history of South African rail, that private sector will have a significant input into the economy of the country, into having a proper marriage that is not a marriage of convenience with government. Through the Operation Vulindlela has identified the structural reform as a priority project to oversee the implementation, and we know that they have been targeting mid-2022, and with the finance minister's statements recently that it will be done by the end of 2022. What is not clear is it 2022, the end of financial year of government, or 2022, the end of the year? And hopefully at some point government will clarify that. Now, the key questions that we're asking ourselves in terms of third-party access is that, does it have a meaningful impact to unlock the growth? We think is absolutely. We think that third-party access will, one, Transnet will have a new revenue stream from access fees. it will create jobs, because as soon as private sector is able to access the core network, then there will be an immediate investment, or rather a surge in employment. But most importantly, Premier, I think Gauteng is a hub of manufacturing. We hope that through the structural reform that we revitalize the manufacturing economy of Gauteng, that we revitalize the capacity that has been left there, but also we diversify the rail industry, particularly the client. We can't have PRASA and Transnet only as a service provider, because when these two organizations go through troubles, then industry collapses. So we need to be aware of that. And we still continue having difficulties in the rail sector. If I were to compare Transnet and PRASA and choose a better example, Transnet will be like the pub in a fancy environment. And then PRASA is Kamshaya Zaf. You know, it's quite confusing for me as a South African that over the past few years, we have had 6 years actually, 6 acting CEOs at PRASA. Then we have a new CEO, and then he has not declared something. But these are the politics of the rail industry. But at some point, as South Africans, as the rail users, we need to draw the line, a political line. What is important to us? What is important to the people of Gauteng? Do we want to represent the people of Gauteng or not? And if anyone is compromising that vision, they should be dealt with decisively. I've already covered the value generative part, the state investment that is looked at. We think that third-party access is positive on the fiscus. We do not anticipate that there will be money that will be required by the state to implement third-party access. And some may argue that the infrastructure is not ready, it's not up to scratch, and all that. Here's what I know as a South African. We use what we have. Our infrastructure is not worse off that of Tanzania, the Tazara line. We can use what we have. If we have to reduce the speed, then we reduce the speed. But the infrastructure that you and I own must be used and to its maximum capacity. Do we have the industry to respond to the capacity? Absolutely we have, as I've covered earlier on. Now, with Transnet being a leader, particularly on the engineering side, they are leading this conversation. And actually, I don't know why we still have a network that is owned by PRASA, because Transnet engineering capacity should be handling that. And if we can trust Transnet with the majority of the infrastructure, then there's absolutely no reason why Transnet should not be taking care of the entire network. Now, what is required to happen? We need to have third-party access implemented as soon as possible. With our research, these are the findings that 190 million tons per annum in the intercity market. And then there's also 20 million tons per annum in terms of rail-centric bulk market, not iron ore and not coal. It is our anticipation that there will be almost an immediate 58 million tons per annum that will move from road to rail. Now, this is the findings as per our study. It is further estimated that the third-party access will then create a demand for rail rolling stock, will then be manufactured locally. And the value of that rolling stock, Mr. Premier, is 45 billion rands, and only in rolling stock. We currently have few of our members that have already committed over 17 billion rands on the table. School me mild. We don't talk, we work. So this is what we are committing as private sector, that if we get A, this is what we will give you. And you'll be the shining star on the region and on the continent. Now, as I've said earlier, there's significant capacity that is available on the network. No extra investment required. So, as I've mentioned earlier, we are not in the business of competing with Transnet. Where there's a red line, this is where there's 80 to 100% capacity that is utilized by Transnet. And in blue areas, which was covered by the coal mine, there's about 50 to 80% utilization. And going to the green line, there's about 0 to 30% utilization. So that means for private sector, there is a 70% of the network that is available for us to pursue. Now, what is the value to the state? There is a massive network with excess capacity, where in railroads, where you make money is when you use your infrastructure, because it does not need to lie there, it needs to be used up to its maximum. Private operators are willing to pay access fees. We are one of those user pay principles that are willing to donate our money. We will pay, and maybe some of the funds will go to the other project that we will not mention in this forum. The international precedent shows that there's a significant incremental in cash flows, 1/3 of the rail tariff. We understand that Transnet may not necessarily have all the answers today, but we have extended our hand to Transnet that we want to work with you. We don't want to hide behind anyone. It is our country, it is our network, and third-party access cannot happen without Transnet. So they are a very important stakeholder in the implementation of third-party access. Now, the key sectors to benefit, and well, they're listed there, but what I think is quite important to note, Mr. Premier, we have been talking to a number of stakeholders, and we are proud to say that through the work that we have done, we have third-party access have been officially being endorsed by BUSA because they see the economic benefits of third-party access. But we have also been engaging various associations, Agri-SA. They have expressed the need that they do not want to use road, they want to use rail. So if you look at the slide of the colleagues earlier on the tonnages that are available, so there is significant market there. The minerals, coal, steel, cement, referring to the mining houses, Exaro recently came out with an RFI that are looking on an agent basis for an operator to transport coal from Grootegeluk mine into the Richards Bay. Now, this is an industry that is quite significant in the growth of our economy. So they need to be serviced, and we need to provide that extra support to Transnet. Last week we met with NAMSA, and they're quite keen to work with the private sector, the association. What is also quite key is that we talk about exports. NAMSA is an export council. The African Rail Industry Association is an export council. Now, if I am not manufacturing in South Africa, in Gauteng, what am I going to export? DG? The liquid bulk and hazardous chemicals. We have further met with SAPIA that are supporting this access But also I need to note that we have met with the Forestry Association, and due to non-disclosure agreement, I cannot name the name of the company, but we will be undertaking a pilot study with one of the big timber companies. So there is a huge appetite for private sector that are looking to third-party access as a tool to recover the losses, whether by COVID or by the inefficiencies that we find on the railway systems. And that, in our view, that when your timber lines are around your rural communities, so we will not only be responding to our needs, selfish needs of Gauteng, but that rural economic development will take place as part of the domino effect. Now, these are some of the figures that are calculating lost income from lower export. The presentation could be made available to you. And they talk about the opportunity cost to South Africa. And as I've said earlier, the decrease is quite significant. We know that Transnet has posted an 8.4 billion loss, and they have further been downgraded by Moody. And that is significant. That is also a further reason for private sector to actively work with Transnet. The stakeholder benefits that we're looking at is the counterparty risk exposure diminishes because we're working together. The risk that each party carries is shared amongst the parties. Local content will be high. And at the Premier, we have local content policies, beautiful policies. Unfortunately, the local content policies have not served our people. We have had a certain company that was based on our property and in Pretoria, China South Rail. They brought in their equipment, they brought in their people to do the work, they even brought food for those people. So, Umam Dlamini ohlele khoneni othengisa ama peanuts nama apula cannot even benefit from the 1064 project. So the local content, that is the designation, we are going to do that ourselves because we understand the importance of growing this industry. I have one passport and I will do everything in my power to ensure that this government works. We have high competence, and sometimes as South African or Africans, we are normally being told that we don't have skills. And I think that somebody comes with the definition of what skills are, and I go back to the fact that we use what we have. If this works for us today, we would use it. We will not adopt standards just because they suit a certain population on earth. There's the massive order book of 400 to 500 locomotives, 10,000 wagons. So the investment that is needed across the value chain is huge. Now, investment could be done in different ways. Structural reform is bringing money to the economy through private sector, but how do we attract private sector funding? Easy. We could use our power as lawmakers to ratify the Luxembourg Rail Protocol to the Cape Town Convention, of which the President has already signed, and hopefully the Minister Fikile Mbalula will deposit the minutes at UNIDWA in Rome soon, so that we at least deposit the minutes and we can start working on the ratification. Why is that important? Then we open the funding to private investors, to PIC can now invest directly into Transnet and making sure that there is funds available to buy the rolling stock that is required. What is needed as part of our study into the practical implementation of third-party access, we have retained the services of an external legal firm, and they had looked at the public law consideration into third-party access. The findings are such that there is no new legislation that is required to implement third-party access, and Operation Vulindlela agrees with the findings of our legal team. The rail economic regulator, of which I've highlighted earlier, will be of great support, but we have strong laws in the country. Competition Commission is available, so that if there's any misbehavior or any behavior that is not acceptable, either from the Transnet side or from the public, private sector side, then those institutions that could be used to resolve disagreements. And Department of Transport is always there as a very supportive partner. What do we need? We need to have access agreements in place and sign those access agreements, obviously through consultation with the colleagues at Transnet. I'm starting to sound like a government employee. I'm calling you guys colleagues. Perhaps in closing, if there's such a thing, as Mesela, my name means taste, and I'm always at the end, so it's appropriate. We look to the leadership for direction. As private sector, we can't do this on our own. We cannot allow the collapse of the likes of PRASA. We cannot allow to have our infrastructure destroyed by certain elements in our society. Is it possible that we change certain laws around our infrastructure? Is it possible to designate them, or rather classify them as a point of national interest, so that we start dealing with the criminals decisively? Alternatively, we can hire taxi drivers to protect the infrastructure. It's an alternative, and I'm sure it's free. We have seen during the riots that it was the people that protected the infrastructure. And it is not Transnet that is not protecting the asset. The asset belongs to us. It is therefore our responsibility as South African citizens to protect the assets. If you know somebody that is part of destroying this very important infrastructure, then we have a responsibility as South Africans to deal with this. It's not up to government, it's up to us. But the potholes, Premier. Thank you.
Let me apologize for my error earlier on, Ms. Mesela Nhlapo. Because on the program, I think it's a typo. Somebody made a mistake. My apology. It's reflected as Mr. That's why I was even afraid to continue pronouncing your name, because I wasn't sure that you are the same person that is here. My apology, Ms. Mesela Nhlapo, for the error. And thank you for the presentation on especially on the emphasis on third party access. And I believe the stakeholders, in particular Transnet, has taken note of your concerns, and also the input that you have made around what you require and what is needed, as you articulated towards the end of your presentation. We are slightly running behind time, but I can allow for a 5 minutes discussion. And in that discussion, we can also take into account your inputs, your suggestion, as a build-up to to what we are here for. And indeed, all the sectors all the subsectors within the sector, within the freight and logistics sector broadly have covered the essence of what we were here for today in terms of the theme of building partnerships for the success of our economy in the province. I think we have seen how the freight and logistics should be positioned, should be taken care of, should be centralized in terms of, should become central in terms of the economy. The issues have been raised, and several insights have been shared by the various speakers. The strategic positioning of the sector has also been articulated in the context of reindustrialization, in the context of building the economy, how it's linked to our vision as enshrined in the GGG 2030. Can I invite questions, inputs in the main from the floor? I'm just going to allow a few of those because I believe this is not the end today, but it's actually a means to what we are destined to attain. Let me start over here. 1, 2. I need some help with the mic. Let's start here. 1, 2, that side. And then you'll be 3. You'll be 4, sir, at the corner. Yeah, let's take hands in that order. The Secretariat also help in terms of just noting the inputs and or the questions as part of the discussions.
Thank you, DDG. Greetings to the Premier, the MECs here, and all the Department of Education, Department of Transport. My name is Mary Paddy. I'm the President of the Truckers Association of South Africa. Firstly, we were expecting to see a presentation that is coming from the freight industry so that we can get the practical information of what is happening on the ground. You know, our association started 6 years ago. We have 350 members because we realized that this industry is not transformed. And Premier, we are hoping that in the war room, you will be sitting with the real truckers or the MEC and the parks. You'll be sitting with the real truckers because we are talking freight that will come and present. In Gauteng, you have a challenge that you don't have truckers. You have owner-driver scheme. And Premier, it's something that has destroyed many truckers because these are the people that were employed. We've just been told to go and get a truck. And then the company, for example, SAP, Coke, may not mention companies because we are zabalazing for our kids. We don't care about us anymore. It's late. We've been fighting. So, you know, you get your Coke and your SAP taking a poor old man, working for them, giving them a truck and say, you know, pull this trailer and go and deliver it somewhere. That's what you have in this province, a Premier. And this is something that must be looked at as a matter of urgency. You have subcontractors. The trucks that you see, I'm looking at the E80s here because from time to time we do research. As per the 30th of September 2020, Gauteng trucks live vehicles population in Gauteng. It's 140,000 trucks that are on the road. So those trucks are coming from Durban. They are bringing containers. You've got 3 billion fuel that we transport on the road in South Africa, but those trucks are not owned by the highly disadvantaged companies. And you know, the problem is that as we are talking freight, maybe let's look at transforming the industry. Let us make sure that the industry is transformed. Even if Premier in your position currently, you only empower 20 truckers, we'll be excited. I stay in Mpumalanga, for example. We did request the office to say, can we bring in more truckers in Gauteng? And only to find that there wasn't enough space. But we would have brought the whole executive of TASA from Gauteng to be able to engage. And we are hoping that when there's a war room, they can be able to engage, empower the real truckers that we'll be bringing to you. Because you are sitting with the president, you can see today's presentation is all about the people that are just, you know, giving information, but practically it's not happening. Reference to the Department of Transport presenting. I was a national chairperson of Women in Transport for 13 years. I've never seen Umam Mihlali. And you know, we are the people that have said, let us regulate, because we spoke to the department for 5 years fully, and they did nothing. We had to take to the street for a strike, and we had to make noise to the media. So we are saying, Premier, we don't want to make noise. We are asking you, when we are sitting here and we put this, we give you the inputs, we are genuine because we are truckers. We are not people that are coming here to say we are presenting something that you don't live. We live it every day. We see challenges. Talk to us. Talk to the real people. Don't talk to the companies that have been there 100 years ago. What will they do? Because they are closing doors for us. Their work, you know, if you are bringing a company to present to us to say, I am new, I am here to assist the growth of the emerging truckers, if you may call us that, because we are forever small. But if you are saying emerging truckers, how do we take you forward in the freight industry? This industry is not transformed. And the Department of Transport is talking regulation because of us. We said we are tired of this 1988 rule. We want it changed. But guess what? The same Department of Transport, when we told them that regulate, after we've told them that this is a private industry, nobody is, you know, does not have a permit to operate or operating license like your other modes of transport, they will take our point. They will go and discuss it with the same companies that have been there since 1974. You ask yourself that we took it to the street, we are correcting you, you still talk to the people that have been there. There's no transformation. But can you please look at the real issues? Can you talk to real people? Can you make sure that you empower so that when we sit here next time, because we'll sit here again, Premier, and we are going to say the same thing. It will be a year, 5 years later. I know these things. I've seen them all. We'll be sitting here, we'll tell you the same thing, and we'll keep on coming as you invite us, because we'll never keep quiet. Maybe our generation will benefit from us. Thank you.
Let's have the second speaker input. I think it's that side. Yeah.
Good day, everybody. To the Premier, MECs, officials, media, and guests. My name is Morris Khama. I'm the Business Development Manager at Traction Shelton, which is a proudly South African railway company, private railway company, and also a proud member of AREA. We are based in Rosebank. That's where the head office is, but the heart of our business, as I'd like to call it, is in Roslyn, actually right opposite the BMW factory. And it was great to hear that you know, the region is looking to become a special economic zone, because we have a rolling stock, and we would look to add capacity to moving some of those vehicles to ports of export, whether Maputo or Durban, Eastern Cape, as was said as well now. It's an extremely exciting time in the freight and logistics sector due to the announcements and ongoing discussions around third-party access. And, you know, we are a third party who would seek access on this Transnet infrastructure, this beautiful infrastructure, if I can call it that. I mean, I've trolleyed some of the lines in Africa, in South Africa as well, and you know, we have very good infrastructure built very well. And Traction is well experienced in running mainline operations. For example, as mentioned by Ms. Nhlapo, the Tazara service, which is the Tanzanian Zambian Railway Association, we run that service. We've been running it for maybe 3 years now, and to date we've moved over 500,000 tons over that 1,860 kilometer rail corridor, which terminates at the port of Dar es Salaam, and it's also running into Zambia. And we started out there with 3,300 horsepower General Electric locomotives, hauling about 36 wagons of containers, and then we swapped those out for 4,000 horsepower Euro 4000s, as they're called. They've got other names as well. So we have experience in running mainline operations and would look to bring that to South Africa in partnership with the relevant stakeholders, being your RSRs on the safety side, because rail is a safety critical element, and also your TFRs as the infrastructure owner. But you know, in essence, we are in full support of projects such as the Tambo Springs Logistics Hub, which is a private terminal, as it provides a platform for us to showcase the solutions that private sector can bring to rail operations in South Africa. And moreover, TFR, as the infrastructure owner, can earn access fees from us running into this facility and out of this facility to whatever destinations. So in summary, we are ready to invest in locomotives, in wagons, in training, which is very important. And then just on the training bit, we have our own training school, which trains both on the operational side, train drivers and shunters, and we do this for big blue chip mining companies who own their own rolling stock, and we do this for ourselves, for our own drivers. And we are ready to make these investments. And we're also QCTO accredited on the technician side, so diesel electric fitters, painters, so you name it. And we're also TITA accredited, Transport Education Training Authority. And you know, like I said, we're ready to work. We are ready to put our people to work, our assets to work, in order to increase the efficiency of rail, of logistics actually in this South Africa that we love. So thank you again for the opportunity, and we hope to see progress with the migration from road to rail. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Let's have the third speaker.
Okay. Good day, everyone. My name is Rich Moore, and I'm from the Smart Mobility Cluster, CSIR. Thank you very much for this initiative. Well, our job is to make sure that everything works, but maybe I have a question for the Premier and his team. Is from his own opinion, why does he think these things are not working? Because we have wonderful ideas, brilliant ideas, and everyone else seems as if they are working towards a common objective. From his own perspective, why does he think that all these ideas are not working from his own perspective? Then secondly, I think, let me also take this opportunity to just highlight some of the key projects that we have been doing in trying to assist the sector. So in our cluster, we try to focus on macro perspective of logistics and supply chain, and micro logistics perspective. So maybe we are currently engaged in a project where we are trying to come up with an observatory to try and monitor the movement of goods and services that are aligned with logistics and supply chain. So for all those that are interested to contribute to that, and who are interested also to monitor the movement of goods in South Africa and all these corridors in real time, they can always contact us and they can contribute as this project still on the conception stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that input. I'm taking the last
Thank you.
input from the floor. Then we
Thank you.
to closure.
Thank you, Program Director. Good afternoon, Premier, and all the MECs, present and stakeholders. My name is Tobani Dlamini from the National Bargaining Council for Road Freight and Logistics Industry. We received this invitation a little bit late, obviously with relations to presentation and so forth, which we believe the involvement of the Gauteng Provincial region present, our regional manager being in our midst. The issue that I just want to touch on, Program Director, is the continuous unrest that is currently happening, not only in Gauteng, but in the country at large. We all know the president announced during his state SONA in the beginning of the year, establishment of the net joint dealing with the unrest of the attacks that take place in the industry towards the truckers and other organizations. It is true, as a bargaining council, the role that we are playing in ensuring that there is compliance taking place, but the difficulties that are there is one in the participation or the involvement of government departments such as the Home Affairs and the Department of Employment and Labor, which I was expecting them to be present today, because they play a critical role in ensuring stability within the industry of road freight and logistics. In as far as that announcement that was made by the president, subcommittees committees were established, such as Joint Operation Committee led by the Office of the Commissioner in Gauteng, through the Colonel Musia. So that establishment that involves stakeholders is to just to go and ensure that the joint operation inspections are carried out across the province, which has yielded results to some extent. But the difficulty will just outline. We currently having a problem, Premier, in relations to labor broking employers that put a facade of a labor broking kind of a style or way by ensuring that all these transporters belong to them in running away from complying or the enforcement, which we are now locked with disputes at the labor court in relation to issues of accountability. That's a main trouble that we currently sitting. I'm not going to mention name, but that's a growing trend that is there, that a certain organization will come in a form of a messiah to say, you company ABC, bring your workers under me, and then in doing that, then you don't have, then there's an escape in compliance in terms of the enforcement. Secondly, the issue or the role in terms of the Home Affairs, when these joint operation or inspections are carried out in the province, when we arrived in premises of the transport companies, we are unable or we are not capacitated to verify the real asylum seeker that is given to a transport driver who is in a case of being a foreigner. 2, 3, issue of ZEP that were issued to the foreign drivers in dealing to ensure that indeed they are at the right hands or these are the right people. Thirdly, the issue of the visiting visas that are given to these drivers coming to South Africa. I'm glad a speaker from the Department of Transport, a lady that was, she touched on the issue of regulating where a truck come to the country and being unable to clamp them down. So that's where issues of, for instance, I even wrote here, issues of customs having to come and ensure that the goods that is carried by those trucks, are they supposed to be? We did a joint inspection in the West Rand Premier. We found that trucks that were carrying tobacco, unfortunately, we are unable to verify that are these illegally supposed to be in the country. So those are the shortcomings that I believe this forum, if it can rope into those departments in ensuring that what we're trying to achieve, it is indeed achieved. Second last point that I'm going to touch on, it has been touched by I believe the workers' representative issue of subcontracting scheme in a case where workers are given a contract, and in that fashion, this contract, the same main contractor still control the so-called independent contractor. So now issues of enforcement are limited, because now does the regulations, is this in terms of the Labor Relations Act? So now if it's an independent contractor, then must be referred to the CCMA for enforcement cases. So those are the shortcomings that are there, Premier. Second, lastly, in dealing with the issues of disgruntled groups that are currently in our provinces, that are there, such as ATDF, which I believe in relation to issues that they have brought, and they are causing and stirring a lot of uncertainty, issues of organizations such as Sakantra. So those organizations, the attention is needed in such to look into what are the problems that they are crying for and what are the issues that are bringing, so that they are able to deal with it, because there is a huge damage that comes with the whole unrest and the whole cry that is happening. Thank you.
Thanks. I take it that the four speakers is more of input, even if some of them came as issues or concerns, which will be taken into account as we move forward in the war room and in through other mechanisms of the state and in that specific forum. We have gone over time. I'm going to invite our Honorable Premier to come forward to do the closing remarks. Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much to all the participants in today's roundtable. We have received significant inputs, and now in the last session there's also been specific issues raised by sectors and organizations and business people who are representing the different parts of this key sector of our economy. Firstly, I would like to say I think all of us should agree that the suggestion that we need to constitute work in this sector in a different format, so that we don't have roundtables, we don't have a summit, we don't have a conference where we are coming to discuss things that need to be solved. I take it that has been accepted that we will. So there's a forum led by MEC Mamavulo. That forum will be constituted into a sector of the economic war room. So there will be a seamless transition into the war room. The structure of the war room will be guided so MEC Tau will work with MEC Mamaulo. We want in the key organizations and some of the major industry, especially industry organizations, but industry leaders. We need you, the representatives of industry who are here, including the University of Johannesburg. Professor Rose Luke spoke on behalf of the university. That stuff you are doing at the university, Prof, will be useful for us if it's carried into the war room. We want the university to be represented there. We also want, as I said, organized, so the trackers, Memory, you spoke about the trackers are not necessarily represented in all the different inputs that were made here. We would like in the war room team to have somebody who represents the voice of the association in there, and there are a lot of labor issues and immigration issues that are also affecting this sector. So we would like to do that. Meme Sela, you with the Africa Rail Industry Association, the stuff you have been talking about here on reforms, we need. I want you to understand, in Gauteng we work differently. You know, some of you bring your national grievances here to today's meeting. I want to say to you, that's not how we work here. We don't work on the basis, we call you in a big conference like this. No, we don't work like this. We work with industry in a structured basis every day to solve problems. That's what MEC Tau was dealing with earlier on. And we bring in national government departments that are relevant and agencies. So if it's PRASA, if it's Transnet, if it's the DPME, transport, so there will be agencies and the departments. Our experiment in working with the DTIC just shows that we can solve problems and develop a strategy for the sector and go very, very far. We must always understand, so we are a small part of the African continent, but we are just the small part of the globe. If we work in a disjointed way, we won't make the progress we need. I am very clear in my head. Our counterparts in KwaZulu-Natal, in the Western Cape in particular. So my focus is always on what is the Western Cape and KwaZulu-Natal, what are they doing there to position themselves more competitively in every sector of the economy. So we are subnational entities of the Republic, but we're not of the same size. So that's why we pull a lot of national government, because if things don't work in Gauteng, it means they are not working in South Africa, in the whole Republic. But we work differently. So for years and years, for every sector, we structure that into an action lab, and I just underline the word action. We call this, so the war room is one workplace. It's a workplace, working virtually and physically, where every sector's problems are identified, put on the table for resolution. I can't promise you we will resolve immigration issues. I am not a national minister. So there may be national issues you bring there, we will take them to the right level. But we are a provincial government. If it's municipal issues and provincial issues, I can assure you they will be resolved in Gauteng. If it's things we have the authority of law and the constitution to resolve. Anything that involves municipal spaces, whatever needs where you are located, this company is located in that municipality, we have problems there, we will bring the municipality in the war room, we'll bring them on the table. Because we've got a common vision. The Gauteng city region has a shared vision. Every municipality in Gauteng, regardless of who runs municipalities, all of them are pursuing the same vision. And I want to assure you, you are watching what's happening with elections of local government. Let me tell you, what we are doing in Tshwane will not change in the northern corridor. So all the things I was saying we are doing there, the special economic zone, the investments we're making in the different areas there, the things we are doing in the Val, the things we are doing in Ekurhuleni, they are not party programs. They are government programs. And at least even in the legislature, we work vigorously with every party in the legislature to say, in that area in Ekurhuleni, this is what we must turn Ekurhuleni, revitalize rail manufacturing and other manufacturing in Ekurhuleni. We must turn it, expand its logistics capacity. It's not a program of a party. It's not a party program. It may have originated in the course of envisioning, but it is no longer. So it doesn't matter who will be running which municipality in Gauteng. We are building a special economic zone in the Val. It's not dependent. Of course, we need functional municipalities, but it's not dependent on who is running. Here in Ekurhuleni, this is our erythropolis. The original SEZ started here, our special economic zone. The first one was built here, and then it is giving rise to the third. The second is being built in Tshwane. The third, it will be built from next year in Sidibeng. They are not party programs of a particular party. They are programs of government. And they will unfold. Whatever we are doing in the West Rand and in Johannesburg, they are not programs of a particular party. They are programs of government. And we have done significant stakeholder consultation on those. Every stakeholder wants us to do it. So when we talk of this, the logistics sector in our province, transport, logistics, and specifically the freight, so we want to build a shared vision with stakeholders. And that vision must go beyond 5-year term of government. It must go beyond a program of a party in government. It must become a well-embraced multi-stakeholder program. Changes in government must not affect what we do there. And that's the kind of investments we're making. So I think we have all agreed today. I'm testing this. I'm testing it to you now. That's how we close conferences. Do you all agree that we must get the sector into the war room so that problems are solved every day? If you agree, you just raise your hand. So that this format we came in today does not end here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I was testing and I thought that's something we all agree. So who will be part? Africa Rail industry, we will definitely need you there because you have a perspective that goes just beyond Gauteng, just beyond South Africa. We need you there, Memisela. We need you there with your organization. And we will have government departments, don't worry. That's for government to sort out. We already have transport here. Memihlali presented on behalf of transport. We have the DTIC here. Lionel presented on behalf of the DTIC. Tembi presented on behalf of Transnet, the agency. PRASA was not here, but PRASA is the agency of transport. AXA was not here. AXA is the agency of transport for the sake of everything we are doing on air. They are part of that. The MEC and I met with AXA not long. Earlier this year, we met with AXA. to work out the side of air transport there. So then there are issues of protecting our infrastructure. I think this is actually shameful to say it, how our infrastructure is vandalized. You know, some of you saw, in the last few days, you saw a truck that was caught with those rail. This truck was going up north. And for a long while, we have always, there is a whole syndicate. This is not just law, this is economic crime. This infrastructure, rail infrastructure, is not being vandalized for petty crimes there. It is a significant economic crime. So, Misela was saying we must designate that as our national key point. In fact, things like this really, to be honest with you, we shouldn't be sitting with you to discuss. Government must be coming here and say, this is our plan to protect our infrastructure. How are we going to work with different stakeholders? So the designation of that, the Transnet infrastructure is the state of the art, as all of you are saying here. So if you want to disrupt the functioning of the economy of this country, just go and rip off all this infrastructure, huge investment. Why it is allowed to happen, that it's one of those things that government must sort out, honestly speaking. Government must sort out the things that, and I know that in our province, one of the things, and I don't want to bring our discussions with the Department of Transport here, we said, give us metro rail. Yes, we are a mega city. Give us the metro rail. We'll bring in the Gauteng and metro rail become one part of the system. And even the protection of that infrastructure, we will take responsibility as the provincial government. So the Gauteng team is there at the back there. They cannot come to me and tell me yes, there's cable theft from time to time, but they must stop it. They can't come to me and tell me that the Gauteng rails have been stolen the following day. They must be fired. What is their job? William is sitting there with Seppo. They know that is their job. Protecting that infrastructure, making sure that the Gauteng runs is what we pay them to do. We can't be having a summit to discuss. The criminals are coming there to rip off. They load it in their trucks and then take it across the border. That's not serious. Honestly speaking, it's not serious. So we will do, on our side, we know there's huge security capacity also in the private sector. During the unrest, we were coordinating with private sector security in this province, monitoring the N3 right from Harry Smith. Every morning, 5 o'clock in the morning, I will get from the command center of the police and the private security companies, they'll deposit to me a message that says all the roads are clear. We are flying up there in the choppers, and then they have the drones. The N3 is clear, or the N3 has a problem, not on the Gauteng side, but on the KZN side. The next hour at 6 o'clock, they deposit the message. The N4 from Rustenburg up to where it ends in Gauteng is clear. We don't have a problem on the N4. The N1 is clear from this side up to that side. We don't have a problem. Or we have a blockage on that road. That is their job. The police are employed 24/7 to look after us. So we have a good cooperation with the private security companies. And that doesn't need a summit. You don't need to have a summit to solve a problem of security. So there are things you don't have to you don't have to worry about here. So the police will be part of that. For this sector, MEC Mamabolo, you will bring the provincial commissioner there. for the action lab that deals with this sector. We'll solve these problems one by one. There's labor relations issues, and those labor relations issues also link up with immigration policy. This country has an immigration policy about which skills you can bring into the country and which skills you must source from inside the country. Again, we can't have a conference to discuss our immigration policy. It is our policy. It must be implemented. We don't need to call a big meeting to discuss. There are employers who are hiring people who are not South Africans, who don't qualify in terms of our law to be working in the sector. So our law must be applied. We work with you, work with the sector, we work with employers and fix that. Then there's issues of empowerment and transformation and localization. Again, they are our policies. So we don't, if we were to give you an example on how we are dealing in the automotive industry with local content, it's breathtaking. You will fall from your chair, Usmisela. We are not theorizing about local content. We are implementing it in the automotive industry. From building the factories there in Silverton, building that whole SEZ, every little thing that gets done there, built, we able to, and we work with industry leaders there and private sector people who are able to tell us, we have just completed this factory. 70% of everything that is in the factory was done. Is South African steel. It's South African small businesses and it is also black and township-based businesses involved, from construction up to when we are done with. So local content is not a theory for us. It can be. When I live here now, I'm going to we have Gibela and we have got Alstom Ubunye on rail manufacturing. Just here, I'm going there. I'm rushing there with those two companies. When we get there, we check at everything about when they produce components, the rail of these trains. What is coming out of the South African economy? Even there, it's amazing how much local content. So local content can be achieved. And then there's the question of black participation. Again, it's our policy. It's not something we should be negotiating, having a summit to discuss. It's our policy. Look at that. We need South African businesses to invest. Rail runner. Mike, the rail runner guys, because you guys are building already. And this is our attitude to everybody who wants to expand manufacturing capacity. All we need you to tell us, and we don't want stories, not 20 meetings, no, one meeting. Tell us, where are you building your factory? In which municipality are you? What's the problem there? What do you want us to sort out? For you to double your number of jobs and increase your investment in there and double your outputs. What is it we must do? If it is the problem of land you want to expand, or it's a problem of utilities, you tell us. That's what the war room is about. And because in the war room we want to double the number of jobs that our economy has right now. Our economy employs 4.5 million people. The Gauteng economy employs 4.5 million people. We lost 600,000 jobs. The jobs dropped from 5.1 million to 4.5 million. We lost 600,000 jobs. So if all you have to tell us to increase the number of jobs, to double the number of jobs and double the size of our GDP as a provincial economy, what is it we need to do? So every business you put on the table, put something on the table, we will put something on the table. And we will also, how do you empower black businesses in your sector? How do you empower them? If you say you can't find them, we work with a whole host of businesses. We will say they are operating there. We won't tell you who you must appoint, but there are the black businesses we've worked with. Go and pick the partner in your value chains. We have done that at the Tshwane SEZ that is unfolding there. We are doing that. And that's why I want to emphasize that please don't bring your cynicism from national processes into the war room in Gauteng. There we are solving problems. And there may be a problem you have at a national bodies often have national issues. But when we work on Gauteng space, we must just resolve the Gauteng specific issues. Because please, I can't carry a burden of resolving the problem of Musina border post. That's not in my job description. I am only a premier. You know, a premier is like a mayor. A mayor who thinks they can solve the national policy problems. That mayor may just be not understanding their job. A mayor cannot solve a national policy problem, and a premier can't solve can't solve the problem of the border post. But coming out of our war room, we can deposit lots of reforms. Like Misela was saying, the rail reforms that impact on Gauteng. If industry says, if you do the following, we can expand production and expand jobs. If in the value chains of the following, if government can just, even provincial government and municipalities, if you can do the following, it gives us opportunities to grow the economy. That we will do. And if you say, if you do the following to keep us in Gauteng as business, that we will be able to resolve. So that you don't come to the war room and think that you are going to raise all national problems. And then you go tomorrow and say, the war room is a waste of time, you know. They are just talking there. No, please. We shouldn't raise expectations, but we will solve the corridor, the N3, Durban, everything that has to do with the N3 and then Richards Bay, and then we're opening this line that's about the Gauteng Eastern Cape. That we will solve. Anything that has to do with our logistics hubs inside Gauteng, those logistics hubs functioning better, and the road networks in our province, including building the new ring roads. That we will do because it's on our mandate. Expanding new road networks or freight and logistics hubs, that we will be able to do. Safety and security, I will not send you to a minister on safety and security. It's our mandate. We are responsible for keeping investors and people of Gauteng safe. Otherwise, if we can't do that, they will leave and go and do business somewhere. And we are responsible for attracting investors into our province. We are responsible for enforcing immigration policy, because it's national policy. Enforcing immigration policy. So if there is a company in Gauteng that's violating immigration policy, we will, through that, we can solve that problem. We won't even call Mtswaledi, Ntate Mtswaledi, or Minister Ngesi. We won't even call them. We will enforce those issues. And as I said, even the unrest, I think the unrest really caused a lot of problems for us, those unrests. And I just want to conclude by saying that I think we cannot get this sector going without black participation, without involving black businesses. It's our strategic approach. Every sector in Gauteng, when we want to see where are the black businesses that are, if you would say we don't see them, we will find them for you. And as I say, we don't really force you to choose who you want to work with, but ask the businesses we are working with. They're really finding it absolutely amazing. That's the only way to go forward as an economy. So Transformation and localization, those things are non-negotiable. Third-party access. So I just hope that the team from DTIC and transport, I can only mandate you on, so third-party access, as you know, is a national function. If Transnet was, Tembi Lechanyane, if transport was reporting to me, I was going to say that third-party access will be done next week. Yeah. If it was reporting to me, that's how we work here in Gauteng. Third, I was going to say from next week they will be, go and sit in the war room and work out why it can be done now. So, because if it was third-party access with the Gautrain, now the Gautrain reports to me because it reports to MEC Mamabolo. Now you know the Gautrain is passenger rail. There's no third-party access things there. You want the stuff that has to do with moving goods, not moving. I was going to say, William is sitting there at the back. William, you sort out third-party access issues. We don't want a meeting after meeting where people are discussing the same thing and there's no progress. How can jobs be created? How can businesses be saved if people are discussing the same thing? Rosemary. No, we don't want that. And we didn't call you with that in mind. We presenting to you, this is how we work in Gauteng. This is our vision. So here we solve a problem. A business that works with us in different sectors, no. In Gauteng, you can ask the guys who are in equipment manufacturers, who are based in Ekurhuleni. We also open up investment opportunities in the continent for these businesses. If you are doing this in Gauteng, you are invested here. We know what you do. That's why I want to visit some of the businesses that are talking here. I want to see, in fact, the way we work, it's not only me. With the MECs, we work like that. Once we meet in one meeting, we are coming to a factory. We want to see the things you said you are doing here. We'll send teams to work with you to unlock so that we don't meet. If I meet you, Rosemary, next year, I don't want you to say to me, we are still having the same problems. I want you to say, in Gauteng, even though the problems are there nationally in Mpumalanga, but in Gauteng we have solved the issues. So we didn't call you here to waste time. You have an area of contribute. We want you to stay in Gauteng, invest in this economy, create jobs, empower small businesses along your value chains. Let's see businesses run and owned by women, black women, black business people who will add value in your supply chains and value chains. Because these are business people. They know that it is about adding value. Our policy is to open opportunities for them so that there's economic freedom. We don't want our economy to run into a risk, our country to run into a risk where there are others who are inside and some are outside. The people who are locked out will break in. Yeah, they will break in because they want to sit on the table as well. But we can build this economy together much, much better. I also think just what we have done here today is important. It's the beginning. The key thing is to go to the war room. So MEC Mamabolo is the point MEC for this sector. But MEC Tau is convening you, MEC Mamabolo, with the key industry leaders to your session, war room session. You will also have an opportunity to hear what other industry leaders are saying about how they have moved on solving problems. It will be important sometimes to just go in there when it is not the freight sector, to listen to what the ICT people are saying, where they come from and how far they have traveled with us to solve problems, to listen to another sector, the BPO sector. You hear what they say, the heavy manufacturing industry manufacturers of heavy and capital equipment, to listen to their story, how far they have traveled with government in this province, on solving problems and then overcoming things, so that we get out of cynicism. You know, sometimes with things, you do the same things and hear the same things, you don't really see progress. You can only become cynical. So thank you very much. I deeply, deeply appreciate your presence here. Let's use the Gauteng model. So there's a question I was asked by the CSIR. I'm saying that question is answered by our model. You say, why are things not working? No, I am saying to you, things are working. You have just not seen them. We must invite the CSIR, MEC, invite. They are a very important research institution in Gauteng. So you ask a very important question there, sir. You say, but why are things not working? I am saying, you must ask a different question. But why are things working with your system in Gauteng? Ask DG Lionel October. Ask him. He comes from national government, but he has become so excited with working with Gauteng. It's almost like he works here. Because things are being resolved, and things are, sector by sector, things are being resolved. And these sectors are turning around. I can assure you that next year we will be talking a different tune. But on national issues, we must move at the pace of the national organizations. Thank you so much for being here. Transnet, we are heavily dependent on you. You know it. Without you, we really, really will not move. Third-party access, please move with great speed. PRASA, I think the leadership of the department is here. So we really appreciate it. And once more, there are a few people I'm going to meet. The rail runner people I want to meet. The rail, Africa rail industry, meet, very short. And then there's investors in the Tambo Springs Logistics Hub. I want to meet with you for just a few minutes, very few minutes. The rest of you, we will come there. MEC Mamabulo knows where you are located. We will come and see where you are. Please stay in this economy and let's build better. Let's rebuild this economy and build a better economy, more inclusive, as a shining example of how in South Africa we can build an economy that has everybody in and no one is banging the door to try and break inside. Thank you very much.